All right. I think that we are live. Hopefully we'll find out in a moment. But welcome. I say welcome to nobody because nobody's watching just yet, but I know we got a few people waiting for this to get started. Okay. Things are going to get rolling in about 3 minutes here, broadcast-wise, that is, for the 2026 NHL Draft. Exciting. Very exciting. They're telling a story on Sportsnet right now of the Ruck twins, Liam and Marcus, I think their names are, who are both hoping to get drafted maybe by the same team today. That'd be pretty cool. Pretty cool for them. Okay. Leafs are going to be on the clock hopefully very soon. First overall pick. Very, very exciting. Sorry, just you're going to have a few moments of silence here and there as I just get everything properly set up. Okay. Please excuse me while I eat my dinner here to start the stream, because I just got off work like maybe a half hour ago. So I am very hungry and very tired. Not Game says askers in chat. Thanks for that, bro. That's crazy. So I think we can all agree it's going to be Gavin McKenna going first overall to the Leafs. The question mark, really, is second overall for the Sharks. If the Sharks even pick second overall, because there was talk today that they're going to trade that pick before they make it, which would be absolutely insane. They have a lot of good options, whoever ends up picking second. You know, Chase Reed, Carson Carroll's... Ivar Stenberg, not Ivan, Ivar. We got a Viking coming out here. I gotta look and see what draft ranking I want to look at, because the one on NHL.com sucks. They separate it by North American skaters, international skaters, North American goalies, and international goalies, which is fine. I like the organization of it. But just give me like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, why are you complicating it? I came here for a ranking and you're just giving me random lists of things. Silly. Very silly. So it's just 7 o'clock now. So the broadcast is hopefully going to get underway. I'm watching it on Sportsnet. And by that I mean I am watching Sportsnet's broadcast. But I don't want to support Sportsnet right now because of what they did with Hockey Night in Canada and ending that agreement with the CBC. I'm very upset about that, I can't lie. It's going to be weird having no NHL hockey on Hockey Night in Canada going forward. Hopefully Hockey Night in Canada continues. It sounds like they're going to apply that branding to PWHL games next year, which is great. I love A, that Hockey Night in Canada continues. I love B, that the PWHL gets that kind of exposure. But it's very weird to not have the NHL on Hockey Night in Canada, and that is all thanks to the greed of Rogers and Sportsnet. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there. Can you tell I'm passionate about that subject? So the draft is in Buffalo tonight. So you have to wonder if the Sabres, they've been in a lot of trade talks lately. I do have to wonder if they are going to try and make something happen tonight. See if they try and make a trade. I know they were talking about maybe going after Connor Hellebuck from the Winnipeg Jets. That would be very exciting. But we'll have to just wait and see. So top 3 picks, to break it down. Toronto Maple Leafs picking first, almost definitely taking Gavin McKenna. San Jose Sharks for now hold the 2nd overall pick, and then it's the Vancouver Canucks, who I would put good money down that they are going to take what's his name? Caleb Malhotra from the Brantford Bulldogs in the OHL. He's projected on a lot of rankings to go like 7th or 8th, but I could see him getting picked at 3rd because his dad, Manny Malhotra, was just hired as the head coach of the Vancouver Canucks. So he might pull some strings there and try and draft his son. It'd be awkward at an NHL level. It'd be awkward at an NHL level to get coached by your dad. I got coached by my dad when I was in high school, and I quite enjoyed it. But at the NHL level, that would be a little weird. I don't know. My dad's in chat right now, so maybe he he can give his thoughts on it if he would want to coach me in the NHL. That'd be funny. They're talking right now on Sportsnet to Matthew Schaefer, who was drafted 1st overall last year by the New York Islanders, had himself an absolutely incredible season with the Islanders. I think everybody expected him to do quite well for himself, but just how well he did and how much he broke out and made a name for himself was so impressive. And his story is incredible as well, losing his mom to cancer and the fight he's been through to come into professional hockey is truly impressive. Big fan of this kid. Okay, already the insiders are buzzing. Chris Johnson from SDPN just put out that the LA Kings have announced a 5-year extension for Brandt Clarke, carrying a $7.4 million a year price tag. It's been a busy last few days in terms of trades and signings and things. Very, very busy. Borderline. It's got the vibes of the trade deadline season, free agent frenzy. Another thing that is possibly going down tonight: the Boston Bruins are working on acquiring JJ Peterka. From where the heck is he playing these days? Why am I blanking on that? Is he in Buffalo? I don't know. I don't know why I'm blanking on that. It's crazy. And the NHL posted about 15 minutes ago that Justin Bieber is in the building for the draft. So you have to wonder if, because they love celebrity involvement in the draft, you have to wonder if Justin Bieber is going to be brought out to announce the Gavin McKenna selection for the Maple Leafs. There were a handful of celebrity announcements last year in the draft. I know the San Jose Sharks, with their first-round pick, they brought out Bayley, the WWE superstar, who's from the San Jose area and a huge Sharks fan. Although, she just got her ass kicked on Monday Night Raw this week, so I don't know if she's up to it. They got Sam Cosentino yapping on the panel right now. I don't like Sam Cosentino. I don't know what it is. There's something about the dude. He's a smart hockey mind, don't get me wrong, but I just find him a very boring presenter in how he speaks and how he brings up his thoughts and his topics. I won't lie, I had a difficult time getting ready for this stream, not in terms of setting things up and getting all my tech in the right spots, but in terms of picking a jersey to wear. When I was streaming for the Stanley Cup Final, it was easy to pick a jersey because I could just wear whatever I wanted, because I don't have a Vegas jersey or a Carolina jersey, so I could just wear wherever. You know, the first what did I wear for the first game? Halifax Highlanders. I wore for Game 4. Game 5, I wore a Ireland football jersey. And then for Game 6, I wore my Canada jersey. Hanging up on the door right there. Figured I'd have that in the background. Oh, Gary Bettman's coming out on stage. Hopefully Buffalo boos him. They're booing him. Well done. Good job, City of Buffalo. Understood the assignment. And his microphone's not working. Oh, now he goes. Who is standing next to him? Some guy in crazy, like, vomit green cons is standing on stage with him right now. I gotta adjust my volume. 1 second. Oh, it's Dion Dawkins. I didn't recognize him in the hat and the shades. And Josh Stone is here from the Sabres. I also didn't recognize him because he just looks like generic white guy number 5. This guy's got a crazy fit on right now. He's got a green scarf, and it's like a deep, like, Ireland green. He's got military green, like camo green shades, and he's got, as I said earlier, vomit yellow Converse on. Like, the color of this can, this indiscriminately branded can. And then the tightest jeans I've ever seen. No man that large should be wearing jeans that tight. That's a little crazy. Josh Stone had 52 points last season? I did not know that. Shouts out. Good for him. So this is the 4th draft that Buffalo have hosted. I was going to say it feels like a lot. Like, where have the last few drafts been held? Hang on. NHL Draft host cities. I'm going to look this up real quick. So Buffalo this year. Last year was LA. Vegas the year before that. Then Nashville, Montreal, 2021 and 2020 were virtual. I wonder why. And then Vancouver. So Buffalo last hosted in 2016. I feel like it was more recent than that. That's so weird. Dawkins just gave shouts out to the Leafs fans. That's what's up. When did Toronto last host the draft? 2002? Dog, I wasn't even born yet. There it comes from Pierre LeBrun. JJ Peterka is heading to Boston in exchange for a pair of first-round picks. I suppose that's for tonight. They've got like couches set up in the middle of the arena for the families and the picks to sit on instead of having them up in their own section this year. It's neat. I'll give them that. There's a few picks up in the crowd. Speaking from experience, those Buffalo seats are quite comfortable, I will say. I'll give them that. I've been to a game in Buffalo, and the seats they have are nice. They're like... Oh, we're starting. Leafs are on the clock. I would love to see them take the full time. They get 3 minutes per pick. I would love to see the Leafs take the full time. That'd be hilarious. Oh, they're doing like a video package for the Leafs. That's crazy. It'd be very, very funny if the Leafs took the whole 3 minutes. Okay, chat, get your final predictions in. Is it going to be Stenberg or is it going to be McKenna for the Leafs? I really think... well, McKenna's on the phone right now, so you have to expect it's going to be him, right? Yeah, McKenna's on the phone and he's smiling. So he's definitely talking to John Chaika right now before they go and announce him. Gavin McKenna, you are a Leaf. Just wait and see. There's a guy in the crowd wearing a McKenna 72 jersey, and he's wearing it backwards. Like, so that the name and the number are on the front. That's a little goofy, I can't lie. We picked first overall last 10 years ago. It was 10 years ago yesterday, I think. And it was Matthews. And every year Matthews has been around, we've made the playoffs. So that's this is the first time we've yet to do so. Sorry, I'm just ducking out of the way so I can adjust my volume here, because it is getting loud. The Leafs are taking the full time, it seems, which is pretty funny. There's about 40 seconds left on that clock. Every camera is on Gavin McKenna on this broadcast right now. Gary Bettman's out here. Pick is in. Here we go. All right. Gavin, where you at? Big boos. Are the boos for the Leafs or for Bettman? Here we go. And Justin Bieber's coming to announce the pick. There was a whole section of Leafs fans. Like, literally, like a whole section up in the 300s. Here comes Justin Bieber looking like a tool. A bright, bright jacket. It's a Canada jacket, I'll give him that. Get on with it, Justin. This guy's giving a whole speech. Just say Gavin's name. Please. He's doing a whole bit. This is not your show, bro. He doesn't even know where he's going. He's asking if he's coming up on stage. He just dap up Gary Bettman. I just watched Justin Bieber dap up Gary Bettman. That's tough. That is tough. Alright, here he goes. Brian Leaf said, why isn't he wearing the Leafs jersey he designed? Because the Leafs retired that jersey, actually. Okay, there you go. Gavin McKenna is the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Very exciting. That Justin Bieber said that in the weirdest way possible. I cannot lie. He says, Mr. McKenna, we would like to draft you. Just say, Gavin, get up here, bro. What do you... Oh, Justin Bieber. I hate your music, but I love you. You're a funny, funny man. Gotta be... That's top 5 celebrity fan moments. Nothing will ever beat Michael Bublé announcing, or admitting, rather, that he was high on shrooms at the All-Star game. That was so good. But yeah, to go back to what Brian Leafs was saying there in chat, the Leafs actually retired McKenna's... Bieber's black jersey. Actually, this one. The quote-unquote next-gen jersey, which I got with Pappy on the back. They retired that one. They're not going to wear it next year. I suppose in preparation for the hometown remix jerseys that are on the way. Where every team gets a new alternate jersey. Dude, McKenna looks so good in Leafs blue, man. Kelly Green says, why is Justin wearing slippers? Because it's Justin Bieber. Are we surprised? Dude, I'm surprised he's wearing clothes. I would not have been shocked if he showed up like without a shirt. And I think McKenna's walk-up song that he selected is called Yukon by Justin Bieber, which is pretty funny, I can't lie. Oh, Bieber's still talking. What are we doing here? He says, one of my dear friends couldn't make it. I wanted to show you this clip. It's going to be Pappy, isn't it? There we go. And Pappy's getting booed. And this is the most scripted welcome speech I've ever heard in my life. Matthews is a charismatic guy. He can be entertaining, but not if he has to read something off. If you give this guy like a script to read, it sucks the air out of the room immediately. But like if you get him off the cuff in an interview, he's a funny guy. Willie, however, Willie can make anything work. Willie's the funniest dude ever. Like, if you go watch William Nylander's YouTube videos, like his vlogs and stuff, he is such an entertaining dude. I don't know, maybe I'm biased because I just really like William Nylander, but he's such a funny guy. All right, we're going to interview Gavin now. And Bieber's still here, because why wouldn't he be? Bieber is geeked right now. That man is happy. I mean, I would be too, to be fair. Like he said, he's been a lifelong Leafs fan. I would also be super stoked to be in that position. McKenna says he has no words right now. You've been coming here for like 2 months now, month and a half. But to be fair, I also would be like over the moon, excited, brain broken if I had just gone first overall to any team, let alone the Toronto Maple Leafs. Brian Leaf says Bettman didn't want any Leafs on stage, so he couldn't be ignored like Danford ignored him. That's so real. When Ben Danford absolutely deadfished Gary Bettman at the draft, that was so good. I remember watching that live at a bar, and I laughed so hard. I want to get a McKenna jersey now, man. I'm hyped. I like this guy. I'm excited. You just said we got more surprises for McKenna down the stairs. What else we got? To be fair, this wasn't really like getting drafted by the Leafs first overall. That wasn't a surprise for him. He knew that was coming. All right, so I guess San Jose is on the clock now. So now the question becomes: Ivar Stenberg, the projected second overall. Oh, they're talking to Matthew Schaefer. They got Schaefer interviewing McKenna. That's pretty funny, I can't lie. That's cool. Schaefer's a pretty charismatic dude. He's good at this. How old is Matthew Schaefer? Like, I know he's got to be young. He was just drafted last year, but what was the guy? 19? 18. He is 18. And they got him doing he is sharp in that suit too, guys. Got like a mauve colored suit. Mauve's a color, look it up. Gavin McKenna. At least the draft hats are good this year. Last few years, the draft hats, like most things that Fanatics make, have sucked. Alright, so, Gavin McKenna from Penn State in the Big Ten NCAA. Let's take a look at these stats here for a sec. 51 points in 35 games this season. 51. That's 36 assists, 15 goals. This guy's a playmaker, man. This is... not to draw comparisons, I guess, because he doesn't quite play the same, but this is your Marner replacement for the Leafs. This is the new guy that's going to be on Matthews' line and find him and feed Matthews the puck. 36 penalty minutes as well. It was a -7 this season, but we do not care. Year prior, he was putting up video game numbers in the WHL with the Medicine Hat Tigers. 129 points in 56 games. 88 assists, 41 goals. Crazy, crazy stuff. This is an impressive kid. He was born in 2007. Am I allowed to say that makes me feel old? Like, I'm not that old myself, but am I allowed to say that he makes me feel old? I can remember 2007. I don't like knowing that, like, people were born in years I can remember. It makes me uncomfortable. He's 5'11", 170 pounds. Not a big dude, but you don't need him to be a big dude. He is fast. He appeared for Canada at the World Juniors this year. 14 points through 7 games. Canada was not overly impressive at the World Juniors this year, if you'll remember, but he was impressive. There was something he did, and I unfortunately don't remember what it was. Something he did, a goal he scored, I think, during one of Canada's games, that I actually, like, it was so impressive, I went and tweeted about it, and I rarely tweet ever. I use Twitter all the time, that's how I get all my info and stuff, but I do not, I do not tweet much, and I distinctly remember tweeting, Gavin McKenna, are you kidding me? So it's the Sharks' pick now. They're not on the clock. The clock has not started for them, so I guess they're giving them more time for some reason. It's a little strange. Oh, I guess they were on the clock, and the clock just wasn't running. The pick is in for the San Jose Sharks. Let's see. Is it going to be Ivar Stenberg? Is it going to be Carson Carrolls? What's happening? Bettman is getting booed again. Rightfully so. Oh, cool. They got Layla Edwards from the PWHL announcing the San Jose pick. That's cool. She's got drafted to the San Jose PWHL team, so I guess that's the why for. Who's it going to be? She's taking her time here announcing this. Oh, yeah, yeah. She was on Team USA when they won gold. There we go. Ivar Stenberg. It's going to be Ivar Stenberg. Let me get this guy's stats up real quick so we can talk about him. A friend of mine was saying to me today would have been funny if the Leafs took him, and their reasoning was just, well, he's Swedish, and Matt Sundin likes Swedes. Alright, so this guy from Frölunda in the Swedish league, through 43 games this season, he had 33 points and 4 points in 6 playoff games. He was on the Swedish World Junior team this year, 10 points in 7 games. I feel like World Junior stats are always inflated, especially for the high picks like this. This kid's wearing a sharp suit. I like the waistcoat he's got on. That's tough. I'm just gonna sit and give my thoughts on everybody's suits right now. Love a good suit, man. So the Sharks do not end up trading that second overall pick, as it was reported they would do earlier in the day. Apparently they were shopping it around. Apparently the Leafs had interest in grabbing it. That would have been crazy. The Leafs with the first and second overall pick. You have to assume the price for that would be someone like Matthew Nyes. Like, Morgan Riley's not getting that done. That's a Matthew Nyesism. Okay. I know McKenna's probably going to wear 72 with the Leafs, but it'd be really funny if he wore number 12. That the number that was on the ping pong ball that got the Leafs, McKenna. That'd be so funny. The number 12 isn't retired by the Leafs, I don't think. Or is somebody wearing it right now? Let's see. I don't think 12 is retired. No, it's not. So the Canucks are on the clock right now. Is anybody wearing 12 for the Leafs at the moment? No, the last person to do so was Zach Aston Reese in 2023. I forgot that Zach Aston Reese played for the Leafs. Stenberg is getting interviewed right now. Guy's very happy, but the English isn't top notch, which is not a bad. I'm not critiquing him for that, but he they're trying to ask him all these questions, and he's just not giving them anything, unfortunately. All right, so the Vancouver Canucks are on the clock. Now we stop and wonder if Caleb Malhotra will be coached by his father Manny in Vancouver. They got about a minute 20 on the clock there. So who is up next in terms of the draft board? We got the Canucks, and then the Sabres with the 4th overall pick, which they, of course, acquired from the Blackhawks earlier in the week for Bowen Byram. A huge overpay. I do not like that deal for Chicago. We got the Rangers, Flames, Kraken, Jets, Sharks, and Predators. Mr. Green says Dorfey traded to Rangers. I saw that. I saw that on my phone that Darren Dreger reported that Dorfey traded to the Rangers. I don't know what for just yet. We'll have to wait and see. And we're going to wait for this 3rd overall pick to come in, and then we're going to take a short break because I really have to go to the washroom. So we're going to wait and get this 3rd overall pick to come in. And as soon as we get that, we're going to take a short, 30-second to a minute break just so I can zip to the washroom really, really quick. I came, straight in from work, showered, and sat down at this computer. So I'm tweaking right now, man. I've not had time to do anything I wanted to do tonight. And we're going to be at this for a hot minute, too. The first round of the draft, it's 32 picks. We're already 3 in. But we could be at this till midnight. All right, the pick is in for the Canucks. Who's going to make the pick? Well, they have Kobe Smulders making the pick from How I Met Your Mother. She played Robin, or Maria Hill from Avengers. That's cool. She is a huge Canucks fan. That's cool. All right, the Vancouver Canucks select Caleb Malhotra. There it is. All right, so he gets to go work with his dad in Vancouver. You have to think Manny had some pull there. All right, so we are going to take the fastest break ever, and we'll be back at it in a moment. Told you we'd be fast. Hopefully that was a quick break. All right. So, Caleb Malhotra goes to the Vancouver Canucks to be coached by his father, Manny Malhotra. Let's take a look at this kid's stats. They just put a picture up on the broadcast. A young Caleb Malhotra posed with Finn, the mascot for the Vancouver Canucks. That's pretty cool. Alright, this kid had 84 points in 67 games in the OHL with the Brantford Bulldogs. 26 points through 15 playoff games this year. Very, very cool. All right. The Dorofeyev deal, the details are finally in here. It's a pretty big... Wow, it's pretty big, I can't lie. So to the New York Rangers, it's Dorofeyev, who we of course saw in the Stanley Cup Final playing for the Vegas Golden Knights. And to Vegas, we get Dallas's first overall pick tonight. I don't know what overall that is. I think that is coming from... I don't even know. I think that's the 26th overall pick, as well as the 92nd overall pick for tomorrow, and then a 2028 top 10 protected pick. That's a crazy, crazy deal. Very, very cool. I muted just in time for that sneeze. That was crazy. I would have blown out everybody's speakers. And they're interviewing right now Steve Nash, the basketball player who is Caleb Malhotra's uncle. I didn't know that. That's insane. That's crazy. I what a weird connection. I had no clue about that. That's awesome. Uh-oh, my dad's in chat. What's up? Coaching you as a young player versus an NHL player would be challenging as a dad. Yeah. Still learning is the key there. I guess, Manny gets a mature kid in Caleb. And you have to keep in mind here, with both of them ending up in the same organization, Caleb Malhotra might not be ready for the NHL for another 2, maybe even 3 years. It's very tough to say his development. He might go back to the OHL for a year. He could end up in Abbotsford in the AHL in that system. I don't see him coming up immediately this year to the NHL level. All that to say, by the time he cracks the Canucks lineup, maybe Manny's been fired, which would be sad that they wouldn't get to, work together at the NHL level. But there's no guarantees that they get to work together here. And they're treating Matthew Schaefer like a proper analyst tonight. It's very cool. They keep throwing to him. He's interviewing people. It's neat. All right, Buffalo is up with their 4th overall pick, the host city. Let's see if they boo Bettman this time. Who's going to make the pick? Dion Dawkins and Josh Stone are going to make the pick. All right. And Dawkins is still in that crazy fit. Doan still looks like just every dude in your neighborhood. Whoa. There's a guy in the crowd dressed like Poseidon. but his trident has like a foam finger, a Sabres foam finger. That's insane. With that, I can't lie. That was kind of dope. Alright, who is it gonna be? I have to assume it's Carson Carroll's or something, right? Alright, the Sabres are gonna pick. Wow, they went off the board. Okay, Daxon. I don't want to say off the board, but Daxon Rudolph from the Prince Albert in the WHL, who was a projected 7th overall on the ESPN board, defenseman. Seeing names like Chase Reed and Carson Carroll slide this far down the draft is not. It's not weird, but it's definitely not what I anticipated for sure. All right, Daxon Rudolph with the Prince Albert Raiders this year had 78 points through 68 games, regular season that is, and 27 points in 19 playoff games. Good numbers for him. Defenseman coming from Alberta. Big boy as well. 206 pounds, 6'3". That's a lad and a half. I can't lie. Wow. Just got to adjust my screen again real quick, everybody. Alright, so the New York Rangers are on the clock now. So I guess we're going to have to wait a minute or two, but we're hopefully going to get the that iconic picture we get every year of the 1, 2, 3 picks all together, and it's going to be McKenna, Stenberg, and Malhotra. Hopefully we get that coming in very soon. Daxon Rudolph, he's a large lad. And he looks it, too, when he gets up there. The Buffalo Sabres, going to have to keep an eye on them as the night progresses. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but people have come in and out since then. The Sabres have been asking around today in particular about Connor Hellebuck from the Winnipeg Jets, their starting goaltender. Apparently Hellebuck wants out of Winnipeg after a long time there. And he's been tied to Buffalo for the last few years now, people saying he should end up there. I think he's from the New York area, and I know they were trying to get something done tonight to announce it for the hometown crowd, which would be a huge pop on the broadcast. That'd be very, very cool. All right, so names that I'm expecting to hear coming up pretty soon: Keaton Verhoff, Chase Reed, Carson Carrolls. I'm quite shocked we haven't heard any of those names yet. All defensemen. Pretty defenseman-heavy first round, at least on the ESPN trade or the draft board. ESPN also put on their number 4. It's Viggo Bjork, or Bork. I don't know how you pronounce that. Swedish name. I've not seen too many people talk about him at all, but they're comparing him to Logan Stankoven, who we just saw have great success in the Stanley Cup final for the champion Carolina Hurricanes. Weirdly, they didn't say any sort of like, "Hey, congratulations to the Hurricanes" in the opening of this draft. Normally, they would say something like, "Hey, shouts out to the recent champion." Now let's move on from that. Guess that's just not going to happen. All right, so that Rangers pick is hopefully going to come in very soon. And there's like loud music playing on the Sportsnet stream right now. I don't know if that's like a tech error on their end, but there was a video package like playing over the commentators talking. That was annoying. Hurt my head a little. If y'all are wondering what I'm snacking on, this is the best thing in the world. There is no candy better than this. I can't lie to you. Like, regular Skittles are already peak. Freeze-dried Skittles. So good! All right. So we got the New York Rangers on the clock right now with the 5th overall pick. We're just about an hour in here. Not quite. And we're about to get to the 5th pick. We got 32 picks to get through today. And if I'm not mistaken, the Blues hold the most picks today at 4. We're going to see 4 Blues picks, including back-to-back the 15th and 16th overall. So you have to wonder if there's a set of twins in this draft, the Ruck twins. You have to wonder if at 15th and 16th overall the Blues try and get them. There should be a rule that if there's twins in the same, like coming together in the draft year, there should be a rule that you have to take them together. It'd be disappointing if they ended up on separate teams. I know I don't give a lot of love to the Sportsnet panel. I call a lot of them annoying. I know Sam Cosentino I was complaining about earlier. I've complained in the past about Kelly Rudy. I like Colby Armstrong. I think he's very entertaining. I think he's very charismatic, and I love the stuff he talks about. All right, the pick is in for the New York Rangers. I think the crowd's getting bored of booing Bettman. I think the crowd's bored of Bettman. Albert Smits is off the board, heading to the New York Rangers. Okay. Very cool. Latvian player. ESPN had him 16th overall on their board. But I know in the last few days a lot of people have been talking more and more about him. Now that's Alberts, not Albert. Alberts Smits. What a funny name. Maybe it's a common name in Latvia. Who knows? Alberts Smits from Riga, Latvia. He played for Munich in the German league this year. Or he finished with Munich, I should say. Played for... I'm going to try and pronounce this. Give me a sec. Ukrit Mikkeli in the Liga. Impressive numbers. With Ukrit, he had 13 points, 38 games, and 1 point in 5 games with Munich. But he's a defenseman. We're not expecting him to put up big numbers. He did play for Latvia at the World Juniors and at the Olympics. So that's worth noting. At the Juniors, he was a -6. Oh, that was fast. Oh. What are they... What just said? There's a trade! Trade coming through as the Flames are on the clock. The Utah Mammoth have traded J.J. Peterka, okay, to the Bruins. We heard about that earlier. In exchange for pick 23 tonight. And a conditional first in 2028. All right, so there it is, confirmed, I guess, or talked about on the broadcast finally. J.J. Peterka to the Bruins from Utah. And there's another trade coming in. I wonder if this is going to be the Dorofeyev trade. It is. Vegas Golden Knights trade Pavel Dorofeyev to the Rangers for a bunch of picks. Bettman just mispronounced Dorofeyev's name. He said Dorofeya. Dorofeya. Gary Bettman's such a unlikable little imp. That's how I would describe him, an imp. Like, he reminds me of... There's a lot of comparisons that he gets. The biggest one I can think of is the Mad TV kid. Oh, what's his name? You know what I'm talking? Mad Magazine, Mad TV. What? Alfred something? Hang on. What was his name? Alfred E. Newman. That's it. I've said before, I said it in one of my old Blue and White Weekly episodes, that Bettman kind of looks like him. He also kind of looks like, who is it? The Keebler Elf, like the cookie guy. What's his name? Does that mascot have a name? E.L. Fudge or something? Bettman also kind of reminds me, if Superman movies going forward were to have like Mr. and Mrs. Pitlick in them, I would cast Gary Bettman. Go look up a picture of him, Mr. and Mrs. Pitlick. Don't ask me how to spell that. It took me forever, pretty much my whole childhood, to learn how to pronounce that. Shouts out to the cartoons, I guess. But go look up a picture of that character. I would love Gary Bettman to play that role. Put him in an orange and purple jumpsuit. Have him argue with David Cornsweet for 90 minutes. That's entertainment right there, brother. Okay, Calgary Flames are on the clock with 5 seconds on said clock. So, we're going to get this in very, very soon. Who's making the pick? Oh, Lanny! Lanny McDonald is making the pick for the Flames. Big stash on this guy. Absolutely love him. Just tough bro hug right there. Lanny just clapped Gary hard on the back. How many people watching right now do you think are going, that's the guy from the hearing aid commercial? Those are funny commercials. It's him and Daryl Sittler, right? Yeah, Daryl Sittler and Lanny McDonald. Those are funny commercials, man. All right, Carson Karels is finally off the board, heading to the Calgary Flames. Took long enough. And they just announced that Carson can't even be there tonight because he's working on the family farm. Shouts out. Oh, and they've got him on the video board. That's not working on the farm. They just have a party going on. Big tailgate happening. That looks like a farmer right there. They got this kid is wearing the craziest tucked in short sleeve dress shirt as a farm boy. He looks like a Letterkenny extra. That's huge. So yeah, Carson Carroll's from the Prince George Cougars in the WHL. 73 points through 58 games last year. 10 points in 10 playoff games with an appearance for Canada at this year's World Junior Hockey Championship. Very, very good. Like I said, a lot of defensemen going in the early goings here. I still can't get over how Justin Bieber announced McKenna. With all of them, it's like, with the such and such pick, such and such team would like to draft from the whatever team so and so. Like that's the standard format of announcing a pick. And then you get Bieber out here wandering out in his slippers. Like he just got out of bed and he goes, "Mr. McKenna, we would love to draft you if you want to get on up here, brother." I got mad respect for Justin Bieber for that one. At least it wasn't a boring pick. Like I said, you got that standard like format for announcing a pick. No, make it different. Add flavor for them all. So Matthew Schaefer's talking right now about Carroll's, and there's some lady with a headset lurking in the back. Wow. All right, so on the clock now is the Seattle Kraken with the 7th overall selection. Kraken. I was talking with a friend about this today. The Kraken are... irrelevant is the wrong word. That's the rude word. But the Seattle Kraken are... I don't think about them much. And that's not what you want from a team that's like just recently joined the league. Like, the Seattle Kraken are to the Western Conference what the Columbus Blue Jackets are to the Eastern Conference. You're there, and you're important, but I don't think about you unless I hear your name. Like, I forget the Blue Jackets exist until I watch them play or until I see them in the news. Like, if someone comes up to me on the street and is like, "Hey, name an NHL team," I'm not going to name the Blue Jackets, and I'm probably not going to name the Kraken either. So Carson Carroll's, who on a few draft boards and a few betting sites could have been the 2nd or 3rd overall pick, drops all the way, I don't want to say all the way, it's not far, but he drops to 6th overall. And I do got respect for him. He couldn't make it in to the draft because he was working on the family farm. That's a W. Where's this guy from again? Where is the family farm? Cypress River, Manitoba. That checks out. Working on the family farm back in Manitoba. That checks out, brother. Alright, the Seattle Kraken pick is in. Let's see. Chase Reed from the Sioux Greyhounds. So he finally comes off the board. Sioux Greyhound. I just know Kyle Dubas is punching the roof right now. The Penguins do have a pick later in the draft, 22nd overall. We're a little while away from that. There's probably some more Sioux Greyhounds that Kyle can pick up. Chase Reed. So this guy was projected by a few to be in that like top 5 area. Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. Very cool. Let's check the stats. 48 points in 45 games this season. Appeared at the World Juniors for Team USA. Where's he from? Is that Michigan, I think. M.I. I don't know my state abbreviations. They don't teach that in school here. I don't need to know state abbreviations as a Canadian because I do not care. All right. Reed just said he's got 60 people here. That's a lot. If Chase Reed has 60 people present, how many does McKenna have? That's cool. How many comp tickets did they get? Did these people just all buy tickets for their boys? That's awesome. So one of the mock drafts, I guess, that I saw had Chase Reed going 3rd overall to the Canucks. Obviously, that did not happen. He slides 7th to the Kraken, and he is, they just mentioned, he's the first American to be drafted so far. Very cool. I guess everybody so far other than Stenberg, who is Swedish, and Smits, who is Latvian. Everyone's been Canadian, which is, as a Canadian, I love to hear that. So we got the Winnipeg Jets on the clock next. I would not be shocked if before the night is over they make a trade. Maybe it's the maybe it is moving Connor Hellebuck. I would doubt it. But there's been a lot of rumblings involving the Winnipeg Jets. So we will have to wait and see. If I just slopped my drink on my jersey. Would have been very angry if that happened. So there's been a lot of weird trade rumors, especially surrounding goalies. Or not necessarily trades, but just movement of goalies in general. There's some big names out there right now. I know just off the top of my head, as I've talked about all night, Connor Hellebuck, starting goalie for the Winnipeg Jets. He's been in talks. Apparently the Leafs and the Sabres both have interest in him. Sergei Bobrovsky from the Florida Panthers. If he does not get re-signed by the Panthers, apparently the Leafs are the favorite to land him. And with the St. Louis Blues, it's... why am I blanking on his name? Jordan Binnington. That's it. I'm not good with names tonight. I'm really sorry, everyone. But Jordan Binnington is the guy apparently on the move in St. Louis. Now that's a huge wait and see, but I guess we will wait and see. All right, so let's wait and see who the Jets take. They got about a minute on the clock. I'm curious to see. And then after the Jets, this is the 8th overall pick. We're moving pretty fast here. 8th overall pick, the Winnipeg Jets. After them, you've got the Sharks again at 9. And then the Nashville Predators to round out the first 10 picks of the draft. And Gary Bettman's on stage, stuttering crazy style. All right, Vigo Bjork is off the table. Vigo Bjork. The name that I couldn't quite get right earlier. All right. This guy was born in 2008. What do you mean by that? Played for Djurgårdens in the Swedish Junior League. 5 points through 4 games, but also in the Swedish Senior League, also for Djurgården. 15 points in 42 games, and an appearance for Sweden at the World Juniors. 9 points in 7 games, and a +5 in the World Junior Tournament. Very, very cool. He's got a nice color green to his suit. It's like a slate green almost. That's very, very cool. There I go, critiquing everyone's suits again. That's big. There goes another Swedish player, I guess, after Ivar earlier. But still a very Canada-heavy draft so far. Love that. Big ups. All right. San Jose is back on the clock with a pick from the Florida Panthers. This guy's got good English. Again, not that that's important, but you never know with the European prospects, European players in general, how their English is going to be. Very cool. 4th highest points per game by a 17-year-old in Sweden. Wow. Good for him. Oh, this is the guy at the World Championship. They're just showing the clip on screen now. This is the guy at the World Championship that wandered through Sidney Crosby's media scrum and asked him for a stick. Shouts out, man. Where's Crosby? Get my man out here. And apparently, Vigo Bjork's aunt sang for Sweden at Eurovision. That's crazy. Speaking of Eurovision, fun fact for everybody. Apparently, the CBC this week joined the European Broadcasting Union, which means, if Canada so chooses, we can enter Eurovision next time. I don't know if we will, but that's funny. I've never watched Eurovision, but I would if Canada was in it. So the San Jose Sharks are on the clock once more, picking 9th overall. Let's run down the rest of the picks real quick. We've got Sharks right now, obviously, at 9. Nashville Predators at 10. That rounds out your top 10. And then we got St. Louis, New Jersey, Islanders, Columbus Blue Jackets, the Blues coming up twice at 15th and 16th overall, Kings at 17, then Capitals, Mammoth, Sabres, Flyers, Penguins, Bruins, Canucks, Senators, Rangers, Sharks again later on at 27, Montreal Canadiens at 28, St. Louis Blues coming in again at 29, and then to round it out, it's the Flames, the champion Hurricanes at 31, and then the end of tonight's draft is the Ottawa Senators picking last as part of a punishment for that canceled Evgeny Dadonov trade That's one of the picks that they cannot move off of. They weren't allowed to trade it. Olivia says, just saw the video of Gavin getting drafted. Love Bieber's Canada jacket. I'll give him that. For all the critiques, all the comments about Bieber's style tonight. Love that Canada jacket. Nice bright red jacket with Maple Leaf on it. That's a W. I do like the point my dad made earlier in chat. A funny thing to say. I like the point my dad made earlier in chat about him not wearing his own jersey that he designed, but I guess he can't really since that's a retired uniform for the Maple Leafs, which is unfortunate because I really liked that black jersey that the Leafs had. Let me grab it one more time and show it off on camera. It is a really cool jersey, something new for the Leafs. The first time they haven't worn black or white as their main color. There's the almost like camouflage pattern on the leaf itself. A lot of people don't realize, but here in the hem, you can kind of see in the lighting, the Toronto skyline, somewhere in there is the CN Tower. Let me see if I can find it and point it out. Oh, the pick is in for the Sharks, by the way. Here we are talking about jerseys and everything. And Layla Edwards from PWHL San Jose is making that pick again. Wonder if they'll bring her back later on in the draft. But yeah, I really like this jersey that the Leafs have. I don't so much like the numbers on the back. That it's like just big white block with a black fill. I know a few commentators have said across the league that they find it a little hard to read when they're calling out players on broadcasts, but it's a neat jersey, and it's reversible as well. I'll flex that real quick as soon as the Sharks make this selection. Keaton Verhoff, finally, he comes off the board for the San Jose Sharks. Pull up his stats real fast. Keaton Verhoff from University of North Dakota, 20 points in 36 games this year. Also playing for Canada at the World Juniors, 4 points in 5 games. Let's see. Let's turn this thing inside out. It is a neat idea to have a reversible jersey just from like a fashion standpoint, because I know it's not so much that Bieber designed the jersey as it is his fashion house, Drew House they call it, designed it. Kind of neat, the black and yellow, which are the Drew House colors, of course, and like the Drew House smiley face logo combined with the Leafs logo on the front and the inside out number. That's a cool one for from a fashion standpoint, and you still get the honor, pride, courage collar in a scrawl, like handwriting scrawl, which makes sense given it is the next gen jersey. It's supposed to be like the kids jersey. Brian Leaf says Bieber designed the jersey, so retired or not, he should have been allowed to wear. No, that's fair. That's a fair point, but I guess from a marketing standpoint, they don't want to. Because him wearing it is, in a sense, an advertised for it, right? It's advertising the jersey, and it's not for sale anymore, technically. Like, you can still buy it, obviously, but that's just stock left over. They're not making new ones. So they don't want to advertise a jersey that's kind of done with. If they had the hometown... what would have been an incredible idea, and they should have thought of this, the hometown remix jerseys that are coming in the fall, one new uniform for every team, kind of paying homage to their city, kind of like the City Connect jerseys that the MLB have. The NBA does something similar. Similar, I guess, to the reverse retro program that the NHL had a couple years ago while Adidas was the uniform supplier. What would have been a fantastic idea is if they used tonight, the draft, to roll out those jerseys and have the players come out in their new have teams give the new players the new uniforms. That would have been so much fun. A little early to do it, though. Like, I don't think the jerseys are ready yet. I know a lot of them are designed because a few have leaked. I know a couple of them have leaked, like the Anaheim Ducks. A hat for them leaked, and they're wearing a green jersey inspired by the Mighty Ducks movie jerseys. Florida Panthers, their uniform leaked and they're wearing pink, which is kind of cool. There was a Reddit page going around a while ago, like almost like 2-3 months ago, of the base colors. Like, when we talk base color, like the base color of this jersey is white. The base colors of every uniform. And there were a lot of black jerseys, a lot of black, a lot of blue. And the Leafs, I think, were wearing, what's the word? Cream, I guess? Or like vintage off-white. Like the Winter Classic white that a lot of teams have. Apparently, that is the base color for the Leafs' hometown remix uniform, which is kind of neat. I wouldn't be upset if that happened. There was someone on Twitter, I think his name is Carter Richard. He was doing some concepts for everybody's hometown remix jerseys. I'm just trying to find one real quick to give you guys an example. I'm just scrolling through Twitter here super fast. Like this. This was his prediction for the Utah Mammoth, which would be pretty cool. And yeah, shouts out to Carter Richard on Twitter. Go give him a follow. Does super interesting stuff. Like, he worked on this for the Dallas Stars. Super cool. Luke Bryan is making the pick for the Nashville Predators. I think that is a country guy. I don't listen to music. He looks like he's a country singer, I can't lie to you. This is Mr. Nashville right here. All he's missing is cowboy boots. And I can't see his feet, so he might even have cowboy boots on. He has on a bright yellow Preds hat. That thing's aggressive. He just says something about chugging a catfish on the ice. Y'all get down like that in Nashville? Alright, the Preds select Wyatt Collin. Alright. Let's see. Let's go to the HockeyDB stats. All the stats I'm pulling tonight, by the way, come from HockeyDB. Great resource for statistics. Wyatt Collin from the U.S. National Development Program. 25 points this year in 15 games. There's the second American selected in the draft. The number 13 ranked North American skater. Moved up 10 spots from his midterm ranking. Good stuff. Very cool. So that is the first 10 picks of the NHL draft. We got 22 to go. And we've been at this an hour and a half. We're third of the way done. We're going to be here a hot minute. Although I guess they'll speed it up probably a little bit more. They want to drag out the first few selections, but no one wants to be here all night. I would gladly be here all night, though, especially watching with all of you. This is fun. I love doing these streams. I hope that didn't come across as sarcastic. I do very much enjoy these streams. I want to find some excuses to stream more throughout the summer. I kind of really only jumped on the streaming vibes throughout the Stanley Cup final, doing it here for the draft. I'm not going to have time to do it on free agency day on July 1st, but because that is Canada Day, of course. But we'll find something to do throughout the summer, whatever that ends up being. There's been some good, they're talking about it right now in the broadcast, but there's been some good celebrities so far tonight. Luke Bryan, Justin Bieber, Kobe Smulders, the Buffalo Bills, Dion Dawkins out here. Been some good stuff so far. But yeah, I started saying about more streams throughout the summer. If anyone has any ideas for stuff they want me to do stream-wise, drop it in chat. I will always take suggestions. Definitely going to run some Chell streams during the summer. Love that game, obviously. Might just do a regular old hangout stream. Maybe even stream some other games. Games are super easy to stream. But if anyone has any ideas, let me know. I will always take suggestions. Alright, so next up on the clock, the St. Louis Blues with their first of 4 selections tonight. The 11th overall pick. So they're here at 11 on the clock, and then they will be back on the clock with picks 15 and 16. In between them, the Devils, Islanders, and Blue Jackets. So we got 3 Blues picks separated by 3 picks in the Metro Division. All right. And the Blues are just now on the clock. It's weird how they do that this year. How they've they're giving them space to select, like the team that's on the clock after, like for example, Nashville just made that pick, Wyatt Cullen, and then they talked about Cullen for about 2-3 minutes, and now the Blues are on the clock for 3 minutes. So really the Blues were on the clock for 6 minutes, allowed to sit and think about their selection. It's a little odd. Not a big fan of that system. As soon as one pick is made, or announced rather, the next team should be on the clock. And that's not even from a standpoint of like, hey, let's keep this thing moving, let's get it over with. That's how it should be. So that was Nashville's only pick tonight. There's definitely teams that don't have a selection tonight. I just don't know who. Anaheim, I guess. Just glancing at the page here. Anaheim, Boston, they do not have picks tonight. They're the first names that jump out at me. Florida does not, as they traded their selection. There's a few teams that do not have picks here in the first round. Usually that's the Leafs that don't have picks in the first round because we trade them all. But we got one, and it's the one that counts, Gavin McKenna. So now begs the question, does Gavin McKenna stay another year at Penn State, or does he make the immediate jump to the Leafs lineup? I guess we'll find out at training camp later in the fall as the pick comes in for the Blues. I would think McKenna will play for the Leafs next year, at least in some capacity, maybe hop back and forth from the Leafs and the Marlies. They're showing off some sort of watch party for the Blues. All right, 11th overall pick. St. Louis Blues are picking Tynan Lawrence. Good for him. He's wearing a sharp, bright blue suit. How funny is that? Blue suit, drafted by the Blues. My man's planned that. Very good. All right, Tynan Lawrence. Let's get this guy's statistics. Where you at, HockeyDB? Tynan Lawrence from Boston University. He's a Canadian. Good. Love to see that. You want to hear something really funny? I can't find this guy on HockeyDB. Alright, Tynan Lawrence. Where are you? Do you exist? Oh, he is on HockeyDB. HockeyDB lied to me. I punched in his name and I couldn't find him, so I googled him and I got his page. Stupid. Alright, Boston University. 7 points through 18 games this year. He was a -1 with 2 penalty minutes. Prior to that, he played for a team called the Muskegon Lumberjacks in the USHL. That's a great team name, I can't lie. Muskegon Lumberjacks. This kid comes from New Brunswick, shouts out. He's a center, 185 pounds, 6'1". Big lad. Alright, they have finally gone to a bit of a commercial break there on the broadcast. So I'm going to take this opportunity to take a little break myself. So we're going to throw up the Be Right Back screen, and we will be right back. It is 8:30 right now. I'm going to be back no later probably than like 8:33, let's call. I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes or so. Hello all. Sorry about that. Break took a little longer than I anticipated. Had to stop and grab a quick snack other than Skittles, because I'm fat. Alright, what did we miss while we were filling our faces? 12th overall pick, Alexander Command. What a name, eh? Alexander Command, selected by the New Jersey Devils. That's an aggressive name, man. Alexander Command. He's Swedish, so maybe that's not how you pronounce it, but that is something else. Playing for Örebro, in the Swedish league. 44 points in junior through 30 games. Alexander Command. Or come on. I'm not going to do a Swedish accent. I was trying to say command in a Swedish accent. I'm not doing that, bro. That does make me think, what are some of the weirdest names in NHL history? Kelly Green says, hopefully commands respect next season. Hey! That was good. That was a good one. That is it. Actually, hopefully he doesn't, because he got drafted by the Devils. I want the Devils to command respect. I don't like the Devils. That does beg the question, though. Let's think of some... I just looked up real quick some of the weirdest or most unusual NHL names. First ones that come to mind are like Miroslav Shatan, and of course on his jersey was spelled Satan. There used to be a guy named Dick Duff. That's a good one. Yeah, just a quick glance on Google. Radek Bunk. That's awesome. Ron Tugnut. That's awesome. What else we got here? Jet Woo is that's not really Jet Woo it's interesting. Who do we got here? Rob Klinkhammer. Yeah. Hang on here. Hall of Fame forward for the Ottawa Senators, Punch Broadbent. That's not real. That's not a real name. Bill Quackenbush. That's also not a real name. Let's go to Reddit. Reddit never lets me down on this sort of stuff. Yeah, you used to think that Matt Sundin was Matt's Sundin. Yes! Yes! Yeah. It does sound like that if you, like, say it really fast. Matt Sundin. It sounds like it's Matt's son named Dean. Like, oh, man. That's a tough one, though. Especially if you're not, like, familiar with the spelling of it, like his first name being Mats and not Matt. That is a tough one. So on the clock right now is New York Islanders with the 13th overall pick. And then we got the Columbus Blue Jackets, and then back-to-back picks for the Blues. Islanders are going to make their pick in about 3 seconds here. Jeff Bukaboom is a good name. Obviously played for the Rangers, the Oilers. He's shown up in a lot of like TSN Bar Down videos. Matthew Schaefer is going to make the pick for the New York Islanders. Very, very cool. There's a guy in the league right now. Forget where he's playing, but his name is Ivan. That's awesome. He was at Matthew Schaefer is dwarfing Gary Bettman right now. How tall is Gary Bettman? Like, he can't be that short. He's 5'7"? Gary Bettman is 5'7". Why does Gary Bettman have an IMDb page? Doesn't make a lot of sense. What is on Gary Bettman's IMDb? Has this guy been in movies? What are you talking about? All right. The New York Islanders just selected Malte Gustafsson. Very cool. Why does Gary Bettman have an IMDb page? I'm still stuck on this, sorry. Why did... What movies were you in, bro? Oh, they count the Stanley Cup Finals on IMDb? What are you talking about? Good Morning America. The NHL Entry Draft. Is there anything where he doesn't play himself? That'd be really funny. Appears in archival footage on the Tucker Carlson show. Why? Why did Tucker Carlson care to speak about Gary Bettman? That's suspicious. That's weird. This Gustafsson kid is huge. Alright. Malte Gustafsson. Malte Gustafsson playing for... these team names are going to kill me, man. HV71 Jönköping. Y'all just be naming anything in Sweden, eh? HV71 Jönköping. I thought I was familiar with Swedish teams from playing way too much Chell in my life. Clearly I know nothing. HV71 Jönköping. Or it's spelled Jönköping. But I have to assume it's pronounced hang on. HV71. The HV71, I recognize that logo. But HV71 Jönköping. Okay, Jönköping is the city. That's good to know, then. It's not just some dude named John Coping. I'm tweaking, man. I'm just saying things. HV71, yeah, I know this logo. Who's played for this team? There's some retired numbers? Is there anyone on this team that I'd know? The Swedish League is crazy. A lot of guys tonight have been drafted out of the SHL, the Swedish League. What teams are there? Brynäs, we know them. Djurgårdens, yep, familiar with them. Leksands, hear that name a lot. Frölunda in Gothenburg. The Vaho Lakers? I gotta pay more attention to the Swedish League, clearly, man. I am actually working, speaking of European leagues, I'm working on a video, and I've been writing it for probably about almost half a year now. I want to, do really well on this. I'm writing a video about the EIHL. Anyone familiar with that? The EIHL, the Elite Ice Hockey League, also sometimes called the British Elite League, and it's a really cool league, man. It's the United Kingdom's league. There's only 10 teams, I think. The league's been around only 20 years, and it is really cool. I find it super interesting. They got teams in all across England. There's a team in Wales. There's a team, I think there's a team, there's a few teams in Scotland, I'm pretty sure. They've got a team in Belfast in Northern Ireland, and they're trying to expand into Republic of Ireland. It would be super, super cool. I want to get that video out to you guys very soon. All right. Columbus's pick is in. From Boston College. I didn't even hear who they picked, I'll be honest. Oscar Hemming. Is that the name? I'm sorry. Yeah, Oscar Hemming. Brian Leaf says, hard to believe the Leafs only had 3 first overall picks in the draft. Yeah, true. Yeah, Wendell Clark. You put them all right there. Wendell Clark in 85, Matthews in 2016, and then McKenna 10 years later this year in 2026. For a team that's been around coming up on next year, this coming season is going to be 110 years of the Leafs, and to only have the first overall pick 3 times in 110 years is pretty crazy. But also the draft hasn't been around that long, right? Like, when was the first NHL draft? The draft didn't start until I just looked it up. 1963. Here's a trivia question. We were doing trivia questions the last few streams. Here's one for everybody. Who was the first overall pick in the first NHL draft? Who was selected then? I'll give you a hint. It was a pick by the Habs. Who was the first overall pick in the first NHL draft? And no looking it up either. I will know if you Googled it. And if you Google it, I will find you. So Oscar Hemming going to the Columbus Blue Jackets. This is a Finnish player playing in Boston College. 8 points in 19 games this year. Selected 14th overall. Good for him. So the St. Louis Blues are now on the clock with their back-to-back picks. I really hope they take the Ruck twins, man. Marcus and Liam Ruck. I think his name's Marcus. I know one of them's named Liam. Of course, I remember that. But I really want them to take the Ruck. Dude, that's such a missed opportunity if they don't, right? With these back-to-back selections. Let's get some guesses in chat here for that trivia question. Who was the first overall pick in the first NHL draft? That draft was in 1963, and the pick was made by the Habs. Let's get some guesses in there. I don't even care if you're right, man. Just make some guesses. So the Blues are on the clock, like I said, about 1:40 in their first of 2 back-to-back selections. Pick 15, and the next one, pick 16, is going to mark the halfway point here in the first round tonight. We're coming up on 2 hours here into the draft, so I guess we're going to be going for about 4 hours tonight. Exciting stuff. Our streams, I think that'll end up our longest stream so far. Here, I think we had. I think we went for about 3.5 hours for the Stanley Cup Finals game. So 4 hours would be super cool. Oh, there's a trade coming in. Elliot Friedman just announced, so they'll probably announce it along with this pick, because St. Louis is involved. Elliot Friedman says that St. Louis is trading the 15th and 29th pick tonight. It looks like it's going to be for Mason McTavish. So the Anaheim Ducks are going to be getting... the Anaheim McTavish play. I'm mixing up Mason McTavish with Mason Marchment. Yeah, so the Anaheim Ducks are going to be getting that 15th pick just now. So a couple minutes ago when I was saying Anaheim doesn't have a pick tonight, they're about to get 2 of them. And there's 5 seconds left on the clock. So we're going to probably see that trade announced. All right. The clock is up, but they're letting the Sportsnet guys yap. Mr. Green says the first NHL draft pick was, of course, Michael Caine. Yes. How'd you know? Michael Caine. Michael Caine was a first NHL draft pick. Master Wayne, I've been selected by the Habs. I want to see Michael Caine play hockey, man. That'd be great. Alfred Pennyworth, get that guy some skates. That guy rips clap bombs from center ice. Top shelf. Master Wayne, I've got dangles. I can't do a Michael Caine impression other than Master Wayne. That's unfortunate. I need to work on that one. I can do a few good impressions, but I can't do Michael Caine other than Master Wayne. Why do we fall, sir? Batman begin. Ryan Leaf says Swedes have had awesome players over the years. Names that are easy to say. You know what? I'm going to push back on that. Because you say it, names that are easy to say. I don't know if you're being sarcastic right now. I hope you are. Borje Salming, Leafs legend. One of my favorite players of all time. I think it was the first European to be drafted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. But reads like Borje Salming. Bobby Hull's teammates Anders Herberg, and Ulf Nilsson. The fact that I just tripped up on that and I know this dude is tough. Gary Monahan. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we have a winner. We have a winner. That is the correct answer to our trivia question. Kelly Green says, how did they pick prior to the draft? They didn't. Sorry, I was trying to understand your question for a moment. They didn't. Teams would just have their own, kind of like in European soccer with like developmental leagues and junior camps. They would just sign players when they were young, and they would just be in the developmental system waiting to come along. There was no draft necessarily. Or I guess I should say in football they call it academies. Teams have academies. So that trade is official now. Mason McTavish goes to the St. Louis Blues in exchange for picks 15 and 29 tonight. So I guess the Ducks are on the clock now. And then the Blues will be back up again with the 16th overall pick. After that, why do we fall, sir? Batman begin. See, Olivia gets it. It's a good one. That's a great meme, man. And they reference it in the new Lego Batman game as well. Trade alert. Press the button. I like the trade alert pop-up that they do now. It's exciting. Alright, so Bettman makes it official. McTavish to the Blues for 15 and 29. So the Ducks are on the clock. Unless they're already done. Oh no, they're on the clock now. And they've got there's someone in the crowd with like the duck mask. I want one of those, man. Anaheim gave out at their home opener like ducks, the Ducks logo of like the goalie duck mask. They just gave those out at their home opener. There was one on every seat. I want one. They sell them on their shop, and I'm really tempted to buy one, but I don't even want to know the conversion of like US to Canadian dollars. Let's see. I'm going to the Ducks shop right now. If it's a reasonable price, I'm going to buy one live on stream right now. Alright, Anaheim Ducks team store. What do we got here? Alright, where is it? Where is it? Your store is not easy to navigate, Ducks. I have to let you know right now. Where is the mask? Where is it? Where is she? We're just making so many Batman references tonight. It's awesome. I love it. Shouts out. There it is. Alright, it is 25. So yeah, that has to be in US, I assume. $25 US. What is that in Canadian? I'm gonna hate this. That's $35 Canadian. That's not even including shipping. Maybe I'm not gonna get one of these. I really want one though. I'm adding it to the cart. Let's calculate the shipping, man. Let's see here. What's the shipping cost? This is gonna come out. This is not happening, dude. Yeah, it's like $50 US once the shipping is factored in. 70 Canadian. I don't have that kind of money, man. These videos, these streams, they're not monetized. So you know what that means. Subscribe. And subscribe so that I can get monetized, so that I can waste money on an Anaheim Ducks Wild Wing mask. Please, I'm going to clip this as a short. I'm going to put it up tomorrow. Subscribe so that I can waste money on a Anaheim Ducks Wild Wing mask. Please. Or just give me money. E-transfer me. I don't care. Give me money so I can waste it. But yeah, I don't have $70 just lying around right now. I just bought a new Canada World Cup jersey. Those aren't cheap. They're not expensive, necessarily. I'll say, like, compared to some jerseys, it's alright. Hockey jersey, an NHL jersey is like $200. A World Cup jersey is only $135. It's not bad. I don't know what Gary Bettman just said. Nikita Klepov from the Saginaw Spirit just got drafted by the Anaheim Ducks 15th overall. Gary Bettman just announced that crazy style. He goes, Nikita Klepov! He put some twang on that. Shouts out Jerry. Jerry Batman. Why do we fall, Master Bettman? I'm so tired. Should I do the remainder of this stream as Michael Caine? I don't think I should. Oh. I need more trades. The trades are the exciting stuff. Not that the draft picks aren't. Obviously, we're all here for the draft. But the trades are exciting, dude. Give me more trades. What were we looking at before? Oh, that's right. Funny NHL names. Let's see. Weird NHL player names. Oh, here's a Reddit thread. What are some current players with funny names? Cal Clutterbuck, that's good. Greg McKegg, that's a great one. Slater Koek. These aren't like bad or anything. These are just funny to say. Miles Wood. Miles Wood. That's a good one. Slater Kawek. Like, that's a bar right there. Who else we got here? Ryan Dzingel. That's not that weird. Zemgus Jurgensens. That's fire. That is fire. Radko Gudas. Don't ever say that name again. Morgan Geeky. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Geeky. Like, that sounds more like a nickname than the last name. Mr. Green says, you forget my man, UPL. That's true. That's the best name in the NHL. Hukka-Pekka Luukkonen, UPL. I remember when me and my boys went to a Sabres game, which was against the Ducks, funnily enough. When the Ducks were making their pick, I could have flexed my Ducks jersey. I've got a purple Ducks jersey, Teemu Selanne on the back. But when me and my boys were at a Buffalo game earlier this season, shouts out my boy Thomas, because me and Thomas just kept the whole night going, Hukka-Pekka Luukkonen. It is so fun to say his name. Like he says, Radko Gudas mentioned. I know. I'm going to keep his name out my mouth. I'm sorry. Alright, so the Blues are on the clock now with pick 16. And after this pick, that will be the halfway point of tonight's selections. Radko Gudas mentioned. There was rumors last week, and I don't know how founded, unfounded they were, that Gudas would be coming to Toronto, that the Leafs were going to try and make a push for him. No! Ew! I don't want that. Why would you trade for the guy who ended your captain's season? A guy who is notoriously... bleh. Like, what a horrible, horrible idea. And there was no foundation to the rumor as well. I feel like lately, insiders are just saying stuff. And I know we say all the time, oh, the insiders are more like the outsiders. They don't know anything. They get stuff wrong all the time. That's unfair, because the landscape is constantly changing, and that's not their fault. Like, something that's going... two teams might be closing in on a deal at one point, and then all of a sudden something changes and a player in that deal is going to a whole other city. That's not the fault of the insiders for getting... because maybe that information they gave was true at some point. I don't know if I'm making sense right now. I'm just kind of rambling. But especially, over the last 2-3 days, there's just been a lot of tweets from the insiders that are like, oh yeah, so-and-so is talking to, let's just say John Chaika, for example, the Leafs general manager. John Chaika is making phone calls around the league. I bloody hope he is. That's his job, right? So there's just been a lot of just, obvious stuff. That kind of makes you shake your head. All right. Blues have selected... Again, what did Jerry just say here? Blues have selected Magnus Dagenet? Is that what... Maddox Dagenet. I thought he said Magnus. I was like, that's awesome. Talk about cool names. Dagenet from the Quebec League. A guy named Dagenet in the Quebec League? No kidding. Alright, Maddox Dagenet for the Quebec Remparts. He had 62 points in 62 point-a-game player. Shouts out. And 6 points in 11 games played. Very cool. This guy's mogging us in his... Go look up this guy's draft photo or his player profile photo on HockeyDB. He's mogging the camera crazy style. 196 pounds. He's 6'4". Tall lad. Good for him. I love the Blues' new uniforms. Like, you can't really call them new. Like, it's really just the Blues uniforms. But they look so good. I don't know why they ever went with, like, the navy blue. Sorry, my knee cameoed real quick there. It's warm, man. I'm wearing shorts. Leave me alone. Me and my pasty knees. Here's an important name that we left out. Capo Caco. The heck is that? That's a great name. Capo Caco? I still remember when he, like, got drafted by the Rangers and did his, like, Welcome to New York video. It was like he had a gun pointed at him. He's, like, standing in Times Square. He goes, I just landed in New York. Oh, wow. Pretty cool. That's awesome. I love when European players come and they, like, they're obviously excited, but they don't know how to, like, and to be fair, North American players are no better at it, but they don't know how to play up the, like, excitement properly, because hockey players are not actors, unless your name's, like, PK Subban. And North American players just come off as bored and a charisma vacuum. European players come off as awkward little sunflowers, and I love them so much. Like, Capo Caco goes, oh wow, pretty cool. That's awesome. Oh, they're giving out the GM's award right now, the Jim Gregory General Manager's Award. Who's it gonna be? Oh, and Bill Guerin wins. I don't know about that. Bill Guerin, the Minnesota Wild general manager. I guess because of the Quinn Hughes deal, but I'm not so sure about that one, big man. Cool. Good for him. It's not like the GM award super matters. Like, it's a feather in the cap. You get your name on a trophy. But no one, like, sits and remembers the GM award winners. Like, who won last year? Someone tell me right now. So that is the halfway point of the draft. Los Angeles Kings are on the clock, but not on the clock, and that is to say they are up next, but the clock hasn't started because this draft is running really, really stupidly. So halfway to go, let's look at the next few selections. LA Kings, as I just mentioned, on the clock with the 17th overall pick. Capitals, Washington Capitals just after them at 18. Utah Mammoth, the Buffalo Sabres, our host for the evening. Philadelphia Flyers, Pittsburgh Penguins at 22. Utah Mammoth at 23. Vancouver Canucks, Ottawa Senators, Vegas Golden Knights, San Jose Sharks, Montreal Canadiens at 28. Ducks at 29 after acquiring that pick from the St. Louis Blues. The Calgary Flames at 30. The Stanley Cup champion Carolina Hurricanes at 31. And to round off the evening, the Ottawa Senators picking 32nd overall. And that's it for the night. But of course, rounds 2 through 7 go down tomorrow. Not super exciting stuff. They televise it, but like, it's not as big a deal as this evening is. Let's see if there's any news coming through here. Pierre LeBrun just gave us some insight on the deal that went down between the Ducks and the Blues. Ducks making this trade was contingent on Nikita Klepov being available at number 15. Once they knew he was still there, they made the deal with the Blues. Anaheim is not selling by any means. The Ducks have more cap flexibility now and aim to use it to improve the team this year. They are far from done. So expect between today and tomorrow and later in the week, I guess, the Anaheim Ducks to be aggressive on trades in the free agency market. But I guess they really, really wanted Nikita Klepov and had this deal in place with St. Louis with an asterisk on it. Brian Leaf says, remember Jim Gregory was Leafs GM in the 70s working for Harold Ballard. No easy task. Drafting Darryl Sittler and Laney McDonald. Yeah, Laney McDonald, who we saw earlier tonight making the selection for the Calgary Flames, picking, as he announced, Carson Carroll's at 6th overall. Working for Harold Ballard must have been no easy task at all. That guy just sounds... The stories you hear of Harold Ballard are utterly insane. The CBC has a really good documentary on him and the just utterly insane stuff he would do. There's a good video by Urinating Tree on YouTube. Don't let that username dissuade you. He's a really great sports YouTuber, covers the MLB, NHL, mostly the NFL, but he does really good NHL content. And he has a documentary on the Leafs that he made. He goes into Harold Ballard. I'm going to look up quick some Harold Ballard stories, because this dude is off the chain. Like, he had a pet tiger that he would bring to games. What a strange dude. Brian Leafs, the guy yapping in chat here, that's my dad, everybody. Shouts out to him. He is my guru, I suppose, when it comes to old hockey stories. And he has told me a lot of weird stories about Harold Ballard over the years. I'm just looking a couple up here so I get the facts right on that. Let's see. Okay. What on earth am I reading right here? Okay. Before we get to that, they're announcing a trade, I think. Is it one that we talked about on Twitter? They are trading pick 17 to Utah. So the one right now. And Utah is... So Utah will trade right now, and LA in return gets picks 19 and 82 this year. So LA just trades down 2 places. Utah gets the spot. So there's someone Utah really wants that they think won't be available in 2 spots' time. Interesting. Been a lot of moves tonight. Okay, going back for a quick moment to Harold Ballard. This is on the AI overview that Google has. I don't remember this story, but I absolutely believe it. It relates to tonight because it's about the NHL Draft. During an NHL Draft, Harold Ballard was reportedly angry that the Leafs table was placed far from the washroom. Refusing to wheel himself down the hall, because he was in a wheelchair at this point, he instructed his team to put their feet up. He pulled out his robe and urinated on the floor in view of cameras. That can't be true, right? I don't know this story, and that feels like something I would know or remember. Ryan O'Leary says, back in my day, there were only 7 teams. 7 teams? How old are you, bro? Hang on, because the original 6 ended in 1967, and then we expanded to 12. There was some point in, like, the 30s when there was 7. How old are you, brother? Hang on a second. 7 teams, eh? Good for you, man. Okay, there were 7 teams in the NHL in the 1925 season. So our friend Ryan O'Leary here is an old lad. I was there. I seen him pee at half. I'll take your word for it, bro. Our new expert in chat, Ryan O'Leary, he's seen Harold Ballard pee. He's seen it. It happened. I believe it. So I guess Brian Leafs, you've got competition when it comes to our new old time hockey fact expert. Ryan's coming for your spot. Kelly Green says original 6+. Ryan say my favorite era of hockey: the Leafs, the Red Wings, the Habs, the Bruins, the Rangers, the Blackhawks, and Ryan's team. My favorite era of hockey. Big fan of Ryan's team. Okay. The Utah Mammoth, their pick is in at number 17. But they're showing a video package beforehand. We got any news coming in here? No, we are not. No new news. There's been about 4 trades tonight, I think, which is cool. It's busy, much like the last couple of days have been busy in the hockey world. But we're not seeing like a huge twist or anything coming in. Like we were told to like expect like a Cotter Hellebuck deal tonight, and we have not seen that. Where is it? Someone trades someone huge. I guess the Mason McTavish deal is big. If you're an Anaheim fan or a Blues fan. So Mammoth are about to make their selection. Ryan says Wayne Orr scored the game-winning touchdown, got us All-State Championship for the Detroit Golden Lakers, and the great Super Bowl was won. That was a good. I remember that, man. That was good. Do you one better? Remember when Bobby Boucher came back at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Bourbon Bowl? Love hockey, man. Go hockey. Shouts out sports ball. So the vote totals are in for the Jim Gregory GM Manager of the Year award, which was won by Bill Guerin tonight. Big shock. Brad Treliving is not in the top 12. Snub, I think. Brad, who did nothing tonight. Well, nothing all year, I should say. Should have been in there. Kyle Dubas was 4th in voting. No doubt for that fleecing on the Oilers. That goalie swap they did. That was, what is up with the Oilers, man? If anyone missed the story, since our last stream, updates on the Mike Babcock saga, he has been hired as the head coach of the Edmonton Oilers. Why? Like, What a silly, silly decision there. Apparently the decision was made by McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman. Nightmare of a press conference when they introduced him. So the Mammoth are making their pick. All right, Ethan Belchitz. Belch. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Belchitz? Belch? Belches? Bueller? He is the tallest winger in the draft. He's 6'5", and the second tallest forward overall. Who's the tallest? This guy's 6'5", 2. I didn't hear that correctly, did I? Hang on. Let me go to this dude's stats. Okay, Ethan Belchitz from Oakville, Ontario, playing for the Windsor Spitfires. Holy cow, this is a lad. This dude is 18 years old, 228 pounds, and he's 6'5". Bro, massive. 59 points in 57 games this year for Windsor. In awe at the size of this lad. Holy. Dude, Utah just got some beef. Some grade A Oakville beef. You can keep your Alberta beef. We got that Oakville beef. You've heard of Alberta beef? This is Oakville Wagyu. That's huge. That's a unit right there. So he's 6'5" and the second tallest forward in this draft. Who's the tallest? Who's the big guy? Kelly Green says he's only 18. Wait till he grows. Like, yeah, this guy could get bigger. That's scary, dude. I don't want to play against the Mammoth now. Holy, I gotta look at who's the tallest prospect. That's crazy. Okay, dude, the tallest prospect is a guy named Moldovan. He's Moldovan. His name is Alexander Karmanov. He is 7'1", 280 pounds. Bro, give me a big boy. A defenseman. Widely projected to be the tallest player selected in NHL history. Just behind him, we've got Maxim Sokolovsky. My fault. Who is 6'8". He's 6'8" and known for his physical play. I would hope at that size you're known for your physical play. Hey man, I'm 6'8" and I'm known for like getting into small areas of the ice and my speed. Ethan Belchitz, the guy we just spoke about. Keaton Verhoff, 6'4", 215, who I didn't say that the Leafs should take him, but when the Leafs secured the first overall pick in the lottery, and my video on it, I threw Verhoff out as like a, hey, what if? Because his name really caught my eye. I really like Keaton Verhoff, and I'm excited to see what ends up with him. And then we got Maddox Dejanay, who was selected already. Keaton Verhoff. I was high on this guy. I still am, let's be honest. I was high on this guy when the Leafs picked up the first overall pick, and he's going to be great in San Jose. You know, they took him 9th overall tonight, but beef. Just goes to show that size still matters in the NHL. Still a very physical league. So there have been 8 trades today. It was the busiest draft day in the last 7 years. 2023, no trades were made on draft day. That's boring. Dude, what were we doing in 2023? Who was first overall in 2023? Why don't I remember? Oh, that was a Bedard year. Yeah, Bedard, Carlson, and Fantilli were the top 3. That was a boring year, I can't lie. Lugna says McKenna Wagon. You know it, bro. McKenna Wagon. I'm excited for Gavin McKenna, man. It's going to be exciting to see Gavin McKenna. We kind of touched on it earlier. He definitely cracks the Leafs lineup, right? Because, let's go real quick. I forgot to mention the Capitals are on the clock right now, and their pick's about to come in. All right, Oliver Suvanto. That's the name. Yo, I'm bad at these names. Oliver Suvanto goes to the Capitals. Let's grab this guy's stats super fast. Suvanto. Trades have been nuts too. Yeah. It's been trades are gonna be big this summer because the free agency class is so weak. Hello, Thomas. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the free agency class this year is so weak. You got to think the biggest name that was available, was past tense available for this year's free agency class was Alex Tuck, and he just got signed and traded to the Capitals from the Sabres. It's such a weak free agency class, and I think teams are realizing, if you look at the past few Stanley Cup champions, championship teams are built through drafting and trading. All your big pieces, they come from either development in draft or you trade for those pieces. Not a lot of free agency pickups become key pieces. So, Oliver Suvanto, this Finnish kid, 6'3", 207. There's another lad, and he's only 17, too. From Tappara Tampere. There's a team for you. 11 points, 48 games played. Dang. That's all I gotta say to that. Alright, so the LA Kings are on the clock now with the 19th overall selection. It's going to be intriguing to see. Yeah, I started to say, Gavin McKenna has to get on the Leafs opening night roster, right? He's going to get into the lineup throughout the season. But if we go look at the Leafs, let me just pull up their Puckpedia page real quick. Shouts out Puckpedia, one of my favorite websites. I miss Cap Friendly more than I miss a lot of things, and Puckpedia has very quickly taken that place in my heart. But yeah, if we look at the roster really fast, Gavin McKenna, who is joining the Sportsnet panel right now, there's not a lot of guys I would put ahead of McKenna when it comes to making the lineup. You know, especially as a winger. Our top wingers right now are William Nylander and Matthew Nyes. I don't see a winger signed right now that I would put ahead of him in the lineup. Easton Cowan probably, but like he doesn't go ahead of. He doesn't go behind names like Steven Lorentz or Dakota Joshua. Michael Pezzetta, if he even cracks the lineup. Bo Grew, who should crack the lineup. He was a weapon in the Calder Cup playoffs for the Toronto Marlies. Calder Cup champion Toronto Marlies, put respect on their name. But then, Nick Robertson, Matias Maccelli, they're all RFAs as of Canada Day this year. Speaking of which, just because I have the cap-friendly page up for the Maple Leafs, there's been a lot of trade talk recently surrounding Morgan Rielly, the longest tenured Toronto Maple Leaf, who has a... Excuse me. Holy. Sorry about that. Morgan Rielly, who has a no movement clause, and so he can't be traded, sent down, waived, nothing. Cap hit 7.5 for the next 4 years, starting next season. And there's been a lot of talk of moving him. He's 32. There's the washed conversations, the allegations. I want Mo to stay. I like Morgan Rielly. I think he can get it back under Jim Hiller, our new head coach. I think Hiller is familiar with Rielly. Of course, Hiller was an assistant coach in Toronto under Mike Babcock. So he's dealt with guys like John Tavares, Morgan Rielly, Austin Matthews, William Nylander. He knows those players. He's dealt with them before. And Hiller actually, when he was here, was the power play coach in Toronto. A power play that was quarterbacked by Morgan Rielly. So you have to wonder, will Rielly stick around at the request of Hiller, at least for the start of the season, to quarterback that power play unit, even if it's power play 2, and try and get, some juice back to his game. Only thing, and I saw the Steve Dangle podcast having this conversation earlier, when building an elite power play, and Jim Hiller has talked lots of times in his media avail so far since being named head coach of the Toronto Maple Leafs, he has talked about getting that power play up and running again, because it sucked last year. I don't remember. Let me look real quick the power play numbers for the Maple Leafs last year. But they were not good, especially with the shooters that we have. Not good at all last season. They ranked, by the end of the year, they ranked 15th overall. That was due in part a lot to Steve Sullivan, who came in partway through the season and rebuilt the power play, which was quarterbacked at the time by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who is sticking around. He's around for another 2 seasons on a $3.5 million deal. He's 34. We have an aging defense core, that is for sure. The youngest guy on our defense core is... Philip Myers and Brandon Carlo are both 29, and that's of guys that are signed at the very least. There's Troy Stetcher, who's 32, Emil Andre's 24, but Stetcher's a UFA. I don't see him getting re-signed necessarily. Emil Andre is an RFA. Definitely think we hang on to him. He was part of the Joseph Wool and Simone Benoit deal with the Philadelphia Flyers. And we already got rid of, earlier today actually, Samuel Ersson, the goaltender that we picked up in that deal. He was traded for a 5th-round pick next year to the Ottawa Senators. So really the big piece of, the big pickup rather, of that deal is Emil Andre. And the value-wise, that's not fantastic, but the whole point of that deal was, of course, to move Joseph Wool for something, whatever that is. Because we can't, as unhappy as I am to see Joseph Wool go, either him or Anthony Stolarz had to get traded, sadly, because Dennis Hildeby is off waivers this year. He's not waivers exempt, I should say, this year. He can't just be going up and down willy-nilly. He so he's got to come up. Artyomov, who won Calder Cup MVP, he's fantastic. I definitely think he'll get into some games this year. So it really comes down to, you can't have 4-3 goalies necessarily, depending on how you structure your cap. So Anthony Stolarz and Joseph Woll, one of them's got to go. You don't really want to get rid of either, but I definitely think Wool fetches a better price. As we saw, it wasn't a fantastic price. So if that's what you're getting for Joseph Woll, imagine what you would have gotten for Anthony Stolarz. And Stolarz, by all accounts, is hanging around. We are going to ride him at least as a partial starter, which I'm not a huge fan of that idea going into next season, as injury prone as he is. I see us getting maybe 30 games out of him in an 82 game season, just between rest and injury and everything. But I hope the Leafs get another goalie. Apparently they're in on Connor Hellebuck. They're in on Jordan Binnington, Sergei Bobrovsky, all these big name goalies that are out and rumored. The Leafs are in on, which is kind of exciting. Brian Leafs in chat says, love to see Mo hit 1,000 games with the Leafs. That would be awesome, right? Longest tenured Leaf. He's been here so long. And number 3 behind Tim Horton and Borje Salming in games played and career points. Well, and you're going to be in those career points conversations when you're around that long with an organization, right? And it's kind of like Matthews and Nylander and even Mitch Marner in some of the Leafs record books, just with the amount of time they've spent with the Leafs in their careers and the amount of games they play. Because a lot of the record holders for the Leafs, they were playing 50, 60 game seasons back in the 50s and 60s. So playing 80 game seasons, you're going to catch up to those records eventually if you're an elite player. Look how quickly Matthews took the spot for most goals as a Maple Leaf. If we go look at the Leafs record book right now, let's see. Most points, you got Matthews is 4th on that list, just behind Dave Keon, Daryl Sittler, and Matt Sundin. Mitch Marner's on that list as well. William Nylander, John Tavares, Morgan Riley. So lots of active players, active Leafs. Even Nazem Kadri is 30th on that list. If you look at most assists by a Leaf, Marner is way up there. Morgan Riley as well is way up there. That list is, of course, topped by Borje Salming. Shouts out. If we look at scoring by defenseman, Morgan Riley is closing in on that spot. Salming has the goals record right now with 148. Riley's sitting at 98. Give him 2-3 seasons as a Leaf, he could pass that mark easily. He's creeping up on Tim Horton, even the coffee man himself, the Timbit himself. Riley's at 98, like I said. Horton's at 109. Cool stuff. What about game-winning goals? I'd be interested to see that. Sundin has a record at 79. Our new senior executive, Matt Sundin. But Austin Matthews is right behind him at 66. So Matthews could even pass that mark this year, because it's not just overtime goals, it's game-winning goals. Okay. We have a draft that's going on. Y'all remember that? We're behind on a couple of picks here. The Sabres are about to announce a pick. Last one that we missed, the LA Kings selected Elton Hermanson. And the Buffalo Sabres, with the 20th selection, are about to pick Ilya Morozov. Shouts out. Good for him. Ilya Morozov. Most points by a 17-year-old all-time for Miami University. Very cool. let's go look at his stats. All right, Ilya Morozov from Moscow. Miami University, 20 points in 36 games this year, 27 penalty minutes. He's a center. And he's a large lad as well. We've been liking our big boys tonight. 200 pounds, 6'3". Good for him. All right, so with that, the Philadelphia Flyers are on the clock with pick number 21. I want to keep looking, just because we were on a bit of a roll there, looking at the Maple Leafs. I started to say we have a pretty old, but a pretty locked up, not old, but veteran, I guess is the word, a pretty veteran defense core that is locked up together. You got, just looking at it here, secured for this year, you got Philip Myers at $850,000. Brandon Carlos on 3.48, although there's rumors of him maybe getting moved for some sort of pick or as part of a larger trade. He's a pretty good trade piece. As I mentioned, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, $3.5 million at age 34. Chris Tanev, age 36, 4.5. Jake McCabe, 32. He's on 4.51 for the next 4 years, as is Chris Tanev, next 4 years. Morgan Riley, next 4 years. Of course, his name is out there in trade rumors, so who knows. And then Darren Radish, the most recent pickup in a sign-and-trade with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He is signed for 8 years, all the way through to 2034 at 8.5. That might seem like a steep number, but it's really not, especially with the salary cap going up every year. As it stands, the Leafs have $18,796,000 roughly in cap space. So there's lots of stuff they can do. Actually, a great idea I just had for a live stream we can do later on in the summer, maybe even next week or something if you guys want. We can rebuild the Maple Leafs. Not cap friendly. Puckpedia, I should say, has a fantastic GM, like, creator roster function. I absolutely love it. I go in and I play it all the time. Don't tell any of my professors this, but I play on it sometimes in class if I'm getting bored. And there's so much cool stuff on this Puckpedia page. I'm not sponsored by them, but shouts out to them. But yeah, Puck GM, the creator roster feature, we could play around with that in a live stream. You know, I share my screen and we work together and build ourselves an ideal Leafs roster for next season. I feel like that's a function, or I guess an activity that would be more fun after July 1st, once some of the free agent names are off the board and we kind of see where the pieces are moving. All right, so the Philadelphia Flyers are on the clock with the 21st overall pick. The broadcast has gone to commercial. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks to go. With that being said, we're going to take a very short break, probably about 3-4 minutes. It's 9:45 where I am. I don't know about all of you, but I'll see you guys all back here around 9:40. Let's call it 9:47, 48, something like that. 9:48. Let's take a bit of a longer break here. And I will see you all back in just a moment. Hello, hello. We are back. Okay. Brian Leaf says maybe mature defense is a good thing. We had a mature defense in 67. This is true. This is true. We also only had 5 other teams to contend against in 67. So there's that. Not saying anything one way or another, but we can see. Mr. Green says, thoughts on the new Texas team? Big excitement. It's always exciting when a new team comes in, right? The speculation about names, speculation about players that are going to come in, jerseys. A jersey fiend like me that, always loves to see new designs come in. Kelly Green says, exciting news about Texas. Now they need to decide where home is. That's true. They're talking to owners about an arena in Austin or in Houston. I say Houston. Brian says, call them Texas Yellow Roses. I don't think that city name's going to end up being Texas. Don't mind me, I'm just drinking a little water. While I was gone, the San Jose Sharks selected Ryan Lind. What we got here? Ryan Lind. And the Pittsburgh Penguins are on the clock right now. But Ryan Lind, selected 21st overall by the San Jose Sharks, plays for the Vancouver Giants in the WHL. 57 points in 53 games. 178 pounds, 5'11", a defenseman at Richmond, BC. Good pickup for the Sharks. They've been drafting well tonight. I think with the upcoming team in Texas, I really want them to be in Houston, and I don't know if the league will do this, but I want them to be the Houston Aeros, of course, the former WHA team. I would love them to bring back that branding. If you're not familiar, Gordie Howe played briefly for the Houston Aeros. I think. I could be getting that wrong. I've been talking all night about the Ruck twins getting drafted. The Penguins just took Liam Ruck. All right. So now who's going to get his brother? Liam Ruck to the Pittsburgh Penguins. And the Penguins do not have a pick later in the draft. So they can't get his brother if they want to. It's unfortunate. Hopefully his brother Marcus gets picked up very, very soon. Thomas says, "You are my brother. I'm your brother. Love you, bro. I'm your brother." Got the Utah Mammoth on the board here at number 23. I wonder. Let me just go quick. Because almost more fun than determining where this Texas team is going to play, what they're going to be called. What color jerseys are they going to wear? Let's go quick to the NHL uniform database. Another one of the best websites on the internet. Let's see what jersey colors are yet to be claimed in the NHL. There's a lot of red, a lot of black, a lot of blue, a bit of orange. What colors aren't worn much in the NHL? Purple, I guess. It's really associated with the LA Kings. But nobody actively wears it. The Kings don't even have a purple jersey in rotation, although they're supposedly getting one with the new hometown remix. I'm going to go see With the hometown remix, I'm gonna go see Kelly Green says, "Hi Thomas, I'm not your brother." Oh no. Thomas, you gonna take that? Hometown remix jerseys. Let me just see. With this where is that Reddit thread that had all of the colors? Here it is. So the Anaheim Ducks wearing green to connect, obviously, with the Disney movie, The Mighty Ducks. The team in that series wore green. Boston Bruins are going to wear brown, which is interesting. There's a lot of blue and a lot of black on this list. I don't like that. I think with Hometown Remix, something that intriguing of an idea, that special of an idea, you should try and do some more fun uniforms. There's only 2 teams wearing red in this series, technically, as far as we know, I guess. The Calgary Flames and the Detroit Red Wings. There's a lot of white out there. The Stars, the Avalanche, the Islanders. The Leafs are wearing beige, as I mentioned earlier. The Sharks are wearing teal. That's good. They should always be doing that. Apparently the Blackhawks are wearing green. I guess it'll be like a St. Pat's jersey. That's kind of, respectfully, that's kind of gimmick infringement on the Leafs. That's our thing, bro. We are the Irish team, but whatever. Oilers wearing black, Wild wearing black, Devils, Rangers, Sens. The Blues are wearing black. That seems counterintuitive. Thomas says, door fave to the Rangers. Yeah, big move tonight. And he got an extension as well. I don't know the exact numbers on it. Give me 1 second. I'll let you know. But, yeah. Dorofeyev headed to the Rangers. Where is that cap hit? Right there. There it is. $11 million for 7 years. In that, I guess, sign and trade or trade and sign with the Vegas Golden Knights. Lots of moves. Lots of moves today. Very impressive. Very nice. So the Utah Mammoth are on the clock here. Pittsburgh Penguins just picked up one of the Ruck brothers. Utah Mammoth back on the clock after selecting Ethan Belchetz at 17th overall. We're down to 23rd overall out of 32 picks to be made tonight. And just to run down the list. So yeah, the Utah Mammoth are on the clock now with the 23rd overall pick. After them, the Vancouver Canucks at 24, the Senators at 25, Golden Knights at 26, Flyers at 27, Habs at 28, then Ducks, Flames, the Stanley Cup champion, Carolina Hurricanes at 31, and then to round it off, the Ottawa Senators at 32 with a pick they are stuck at, thanks to that botched trade a couple of years ago that they tried to renege on. So part of that punishment, the Senators cannot move off of that 32nd pick. Let's take a look ahead, however, to tomorrow. Tomorrow in the second round, you got the Canucks, Blackhawks, Devils, Flames, and Blackhawks again. Oh, here's a trade alert on the... Okay, so Utah is trading this pick to the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for goaltender Sebastian Cossa. Very, very cool. So the clock will reset. Detroit is at it now with their first pick of the evening. I think only pick of the evening, unless I'm stupid. Yeah, they haven't made a pick so far, and they wouldn't going forward. So, the Red Wings are on the clock, and Sebastian Cossa, goaltender, is the newest member of the Utah Mammoth. Sebastian Cossa, who spent a fair amount of time... Sorry, this chair is still so uncomfortable on my back. No, I've not gotten a new chair since our last stream. Sorry to disappoint. Cosa's spent a fair amount of time in the American Hockey League with the Grand Rapids Griffins, the Red Wings affiliate. He had a 2.33 goals against last year with Grand Rapids. He was selected 15th overall by the Red Wings in the 2021 draft. Good for him. I still have open this tab when we were talking earlier about weird Harold Ballard stories. There's a story here where he tells this story where he went to the Soviet Union for the Summit Series in 1972 and he urinated on Vladimir Lenin's tomb. Of the stories we have told tonight about Harold Ballard, 2 of them have involved pee. What's wrong with this guy? An absolute freak. He later admitted the story was made up just to stir the pot. I'm starting to hate this guy, man. Yo, Cabo Verde to the knockout stage? Make your bets right now. Cabo Verde gonna win the cup. Who are they playing? It's time for our FIFA minute, everybody. Let's reflect on what's going down in the World Cup. Brian Leaf says both stories involved Ballard. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, well, what is it with this guy and urination stories? Peculiar. Anyway, the pick is in for the Detroit Red Wings. And they have selected J.P. Hurlbert. Hurlbert. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm sorry. J.P. Hurlbert from Kamloops Blazers. 97 points in 68 games. This kid's 6 foot, even, 183 pounds. Average size fellow with not average stats. 97 points in 68 games. That's not bad at all. 45 penalty minutes. Holy. This kid needs to calm down. Moving on with Cabo Verde, eh? Played the Saudis and drew. 3 points, good enough for second. Oh yeah, because Uruguay lost to Spain. Cool, good for Cabo Verde. Making it through. How many of the round of 32 matchups are cemented? I know Canada plays South Africa on Sunday. Brazil's going to play Japan. That's going to be a cool game. Netherlands and Morocco, winner of that plays winner of Canada and South Africa. Exciting to see. Norway's up against the Ivory Coast, who I'm cheering for, because if you look at their flag in a mirror, it's the Irish flag. And then the U.S. played Bosnia. But who's Cabo Verde going to play? That's exciting. That's really, really cool. I still say Spain are my favorites to win the World Cup. I picked Spain at the start of the tournament, and I'll stick with that selection. So Vancouver Canucks are on the clock now with the 24th overall pick. And the Senators up after them. Back-to-back Canadian squads. Mbappe and Dembele, too strong. That's true. I'll say that I did have. I predicted at the start of the World Cup it would be Spain and France in the final, and I said Spain to win. I don't know. Big Killian might ruin those plans. Wait and see. Kylian Mbappe. Any games on right now? Or I guess in an hour there's some games starting up. New Zealand and Belgium play each other in Vancouver. And in Seattle it's Egypt versus Iran. I'm low-key cheering for Egypt in that one. My man, Mohamed Salah. Liverpool legend, former Liverpool legend. He's left us after this season, which I'm sad about. What am I munching? Where'd I put the bag? The best variant of Skittles out there. So I'm munching on the Skittles popped and sipping on some water. Don't worry, it's 0% water. Canucks are taking their sweet time with this pick. Again, they've just technically started the clock. So dumb. You get 3 minutes on the clock. And you get 3 minutes on the clock, but they take like 3-5 minutes in between picks. So what are we doing here? Hand pink waving. Hand pink waving emoji. I can see it in the YouTube chat, but the chat up here next to me doesn't know how to display it. That's unfortunate. We'll work on that. We're coming now into the, I guess, the final stretch of the draft. And then who knows what's the next time I'm going to be able to stream. What occasion is there? I already said I won't be able to do a free agency stream. What you guys will get very soon is the Blue and White Weekly Summer Special. Our free agency draft special is coming very soon. Very excited to get back to Blue and White Weekly. Also alongside that, you're going to get the best of Blue and White Weekly episode. Excited to put that out. I've been hard at work editing that one for you all. I know that one was a huge hit last summer. The clip show for Blue and White Weekly at the end of the season. That one did super well. So hopefully get some similar success this time for it. And the Canucks pick is in, it seems. And the pick is being made by a young man who plays sledge hockey. Very cool. Young Canucks fan who plays para hockey. So he's going to make the 24th pick for the Vancouver Canucks in a moment. Yeah, as I said earlier, if anyone's got some more ideas of what you guys want to see over the summer, let me know, because the content is dry in these months. We're definitely going to do some chill streams over the summer, as many as we can. We're going to get some... Can't wait for Best of Blue and White Weekly. Lots of Byron clip. Byron is the favorite, man. Byron Doyle. Big fan favorite amongst the Blue and White Weekly characters. Yo, this kid's got a bow tie on. I love him. This kid that's making the pick for the Canucks, he's wearing a bow tie. He's instantly my favorite person. Bow ties are cool. I love bow. I have a lot of bow ties. I can't lie. Peterborough Pete's! Yo, we got a Peterborough Pete's! Shouts out! We got a Pete selection. Where my drip at? Adam Novotny, very cool. I've seen him play. Let's go. Big Pete's represent. Shouts out. Listen, when it comes to minor hockey, I don't really show allegiance that often. Big Pete's allegiance, because I used to work for them. I used to be, I think I've told this story before, but I used to be the mascot for the Peterborough Pete's. So, which I'm doing a video on that at some point this summer as well, talking about my experience there. Great experience, by the way. I love the Pete's organization. A few of my friends have worked in the Pete's organization. Super, super cool. A great spot to just go when you're living in Peterborough. You can just draw. There's usually tickets available unless it's like a big game in town. Just drop in, go watch a Pete's game, hang with your boys, go to the bars after. It's such a fun time. But yeah, I used to work for the Pete's as their mascot for a handful of games. Emergency backup mascot. And it was such a fun time, man. Brian Leaf says, what's the Pete's mascot name and why? The fact that you're prompting this question, I think you know. But I'll tell you anyway, because it's super cool. So, Pete's mascot is named Roger the Dog. And not to spoil the magic and break kayfabe, but I have a picture somewhere of me in that costume. Where is it? I'll find it here as I keep talking. But where is it here? I can't find this. I will find this. Yeah, so the Pete's mascot is named Roger. Roger the Dog, named after Roger Nielsen, former coach of the Pete's, also of the Maple Leafs. He's a legend in Peterborough. I was there when you bought that Pete's hoodie. You were. Shouts out Thomas. He was with me when I picked up this hoodie. It's a great hoodie too. The Pete's store has so much cool stuff, man. I feel like I'm doing an advertisement for the Pete's right now, but they've got so much cool stuff in that store, and it's not just Pete's. Lots of cool OHL stuff as well. I know the guy that runs the store, actually. Again, I'm not doing an ad for them. They're just really cool, and I love them there in Peterborough. But they've got a lot of cool Leafs stuff as well, Habs stuff. If you're a hockey fan, you should just go to a Pete's game. The Memorial Center is such a fun place to watch a game. It's an old arena, too, so it's such a fun place to like watch a game and play as well. I've been fortunate to play a lot of games in that arena as part of LUG, the super like well organized beer league across Canada. And I played in their Peterborough chapter, and it's such a fun arena to play in, man. Super fun to go watch games there. They do concerts there all the time as well. A couple of wrestling events have come through there. It's just such a fun spot. Well, I'm still trying to find this picture of me as the Pete's mascot. Where it at? Somewhere around here. There it is. So yeah, not to spoil the illusion and ruin kayfabe for everybody, but there is a human inside that costume. And that human was once upon a time me. The Leafs are sending me notifications. This is how I learn stuff all the time. I just have Twitter notifications on for absolutely everybody. So there's me as Roger the dog, the Pete's mascot. And I will tell you, and you know what, this picture can probably... This is a flattering image. It is so warm in that costume, man. It is hot in there. I lost probably about... Yeah, that was my head for 2 days of my life. It is hot in that... Oh, speaking of dogs, just while I'm scrolling through my camera roll, there's my dog. There's little Finny. That's my sweet boy. He's made appearances in my videos before. I think he was barking in the background in my stream last time during the finals. And he's shown up in Blue and White Weekly before as well, especially in the Christmas episodes. Love that dude. But, yeah, it is so warm in those mascot costumes, man. I lost probably about 10, 15 pounds. An unhealthy, I don't know if it was that much, but like an unhealthy amount of weight just by walking around in that warm costume. It's heavy too. My traps were so sore because the head, it's a foam dog head built on top of a football helmet that they've pulled the cage out of. So they pull the cage off a football helmet and use the base of that to like construct this big massive dog head, and you can see out the mouth of it, and it is just painful. Really is the only way to put it. And I could only see if I like tilted my head like this because it didn't fit my head, and we stuffed like a couple of t-shirts up inside to try and make it easier for me to fit. It just didn't work out super well, and the costume itself isn't terrible to put on. Like, you pull the pants up like suspenders, and there's actual like goalie pants that go over the dog pants, so that's cool. And then you put on like a dog sweater, like a jacket almost, with like that looks like a big dog, and then put on the Pete's jersey, and they get like a double XL Pete's jersey to go over the whole thing. And the reason the jersey isn't stitched into it is I gotta wear whatever jersey the Pete's are wearing that night. So like in that picture I showed you guys there, it was the Pete's alternate jersey, their like blackout uniform, which is super cool. I really want one of these. Partially because it looks awesome, partially because I wore it when I worked for them. So if anyone's wondering what to get me for Canada Day, because if there's any Americans listening, you may not know, but we Canadians exchange hockey jerseys on Canada Day. This is a great pastime in our nation. So if anyone wants to get me a Canada Day jersey, buy me this, please. But both times I dressed as Roger, I was wearing that jersey. I never got to wear the actual Pete's jersey when I worked for the Pete's. And then the head goes on top of all that. Big, massive head. And you can't talk the whole time. You just gotta, like, wander around and emote with your body. So it's almost like being a mime. Every emotion has to be, like, super, super exaggerated with your body. I will say, though, there was a t-shirt toss at one of the games. So they're handing me these t-shirts bundled up in elastics. I'm hucking these things up into the crowd, like way up into the nosebleeds. And a guy that played on my brother's baseball team was at one of the games I was working. And he texts the team group chat and goes like, "Yo, we gotta get this Roger guy on the team. He's got an arm." And my brother was like, "Yeah, that's my brother, dude. We could get him on the team." So, tell your friends, Roger the dog, cannon of an arm. Tom Brady, who? Brian Leaf says, Roger Nielsen was fired by Ballard and then asked to come back wearing a paper bag. Another Harold Ballard story. He's weaseled his way into our evening once again. Yeah, when Roger Neilson was the coach of the Toronto Maple Leafs, he got fired by Harold Ballard. There was such backlash from the fans that Ballard rehired him, but because Harold Ballard's a freak and loved theater and just big pops, he wanted Neilson to come back on the bench wearing a paper bag and then to take the bag off his head partway through the game and get a reaction from the crowd. And Neilson said, respectfully, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and didn't do it. And he just went back out and coached the team. As we've been yapping and sharing stories, as fun as it's been, we've missed a couple of pickups. So obviously Adam Novotny drafted by the Canucks, and then the Ottawa Senators have drafted Jonas Lagerberg-Hohen. And we have a trade. Where's my phone? Okay. Okay, so the Vegas Golden Knights were on the clock here with pick number 26, and they're trading it to Montreal for the 28th pick and a third-round pick next year. So Montreal just moves up 2 spots. So there's somebody they want right now. And this pick has been on the move, actually. This pick started with the New York Rangers tonight. It was traded to Vegas as part of the Dorofeyev deal. And now Montreal has that pick and is on the clock. So they're really, there's something they are really, really after here. And Sam Cosentino from Sportsnet is talking right now on the broadcast about getting a big boy. How the Habs really want some size for their lineup. There's the name we looked at earlier, Alexander Karmenov, the 7'1", 280 demon. I could see them trying to go for somebody like him, Maxim Sokolovsky. I got it. I almost lost it, but I had it. Maxim Sokolovsky. Boom. Say that 5 times fast. That's easy for me to say. Maxim Sokolovsky is on the table as well. So we should expect the Habs to take a large lad at the moment, but that is a huge wait and see as we take a peek inside the Habs war room there. Brian Leaf says Captain Video was Roger's nickname. That's true, yes. Roger Nielsen's nickname was Captain Video, as he was one of the first NHL coaches to really use game tape and footage and studying other teams and opponents' games as a method of working on strategy. Which, of course, now is just commonplace in not just the NHL, but pretty much all of pro sports. So shouts out to him for that. Roger Nielsen gave us so much cool stuff, man. Watching tape in practice. He gave us the name of a mascot, and he gave us the name of a street in Peterborough. The street leading into Peterborough Memorial Center is called Roger Nielsen Way, named after him, of course. It'd be weird if it wasn't named after him. Like, if just randomly there was a street that shared his name, completely by coincidence, that'd be super strange. About 20 seconds on the clock here for the Montreal Canadiens. Never mind, the pick is in. So we'll see who they take with the 26th overall selection. Alright, so the Montreal Canadiens have selected Gleb. Let me see if I can get this one right. Gleb Pugachev. I've heard it pronounced differently 3 times in the last 30 seconds on this Sportsnet broadcast. So I've heard it. For his last name is spelled Gleb. I would read that as Gleb. Apparently it's Gleb. Gleb Pugachev. That's easy for you to say. Playing for the Nizhny Novgorod Torpedo in the KHL. Sure. 18-year-old right winger, 198 pounds, 6'3". Average size for an NHLer, I suppose. 3 points in 13 games, 8 penalty minutes. He's a +7. Not bad, I suppose. Good pickup for the Habs. We've gone to a commercial break on the broadcast right now. But when we come back, it's the Philadelphia Flyers on the clock with the 27th overall pick. And then after that is Vegas, who has moved down, I guess, to Montreal's spot. I'm going to take my hat off right now. Shouts out Argos. They're playing tonight. I should check the score of that, actually. How are my Argonauts doing? Because that matters more. I just don't do streams about it because, unfortunately, not many people would watch. They're winning. It's currently 20-17 over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Whew. I gotta get a haircut, man. It's getting out of control. News. We got a news update here from Pierre LeBrun of TSN. There will be at least a dozen teams who will inquire over time, but some early teams to monitor with interest to Columbus's Zach Werenski, Dallas, Carolina, and Philadelphia. Very, very cool. I heard the Leafs were in on it as well. It seems like the Leafs are in on absolutely everybody. Cool. As we should be, as is our birthright. I'm about to sneeze. Let me... Oh, no, I couldn't mute myself in time. Sorry, everybody's speakers and headphones. At least there was no second sneeze. I got y'all on that. Alright. It is warm in my room right now. Brian Leaf says, Argos! Agreed, bro. Agreed. Love the Argos. Flyers have made their selection. Here we are. All right. Maxim Sokolovsky. There's that large lad that I was trying to pronounce the name of. 6'8", left-handed defenseman. Maxim Sokolovsky. Big, big boy. Where's his stats here? Maxim Sokolovsky, 238 pounds, 6'7". Big. That's beef right there. That is Russian beef. And he plays in the OHL though. London Knights. 49 penalty minutes in 44 games. Here's rude. That's a rude boy. Wow. How unfortunate. Big guy. He's only 17, too. That kid's gonna grow. Can you imagine that? You're already 6'7". You're already 6'7", 238 pounds, and you got room to grow? Get out of here, you absolute mutant. I love you. This guy's... Oh, man. I thought people earlier were dwarfing Gary Bettman. Bettman doesn't even clear this guy's shoulders. Holy smokes. In awe at the size of this lad. Absolute unit. Alright. So I guess we... Someone on the broadcast just said... How does he fit shoulder pads under his jersey? Yo, they're gonna have to custom make jerseys for this cat. I didn't even think of that. Huge boy. Holy. Alright, so the Vegas Golden Knights are gonna be on the clock next with the 28th overall pick. 5th to last pick of tonight's draft. Of course, it's the Golden Knights at 28. Anaheim Ducks at 29. Calgary Flames at 30. Our Stanley Cup champion Carolina Hurricanes at 31, and then the Ottawa Senators at number 32. Very cool. Very nice, very evil. Maxim Sokolovsky. I had not heard his name before tonight, and now I'm glad I have. He's a unit. What a lad. Alright. So, Vegas Golden Knights. On the... Oh my goodness. Sam Cause on the broadcast just called Sokolovsky one of the Monstars from Space Jam. That's aggressive. What a comparison there. Hate to see that. Wow. Alright, so this Vegas pick initially belonging to the Montreal Canadiens, except they really wanted to get our boy Gleb. That name sounds like a Smiling Friends character, I can't lie. Gleb. So we'll see who the Vegas Golden Knights take with this pick. Remember, the other Ruck brother, Marcus, is still on the table. And I want Pittsburgh to jump in and make something happen there. What's Pittsburgh's next pick? Let me check round 2 tomorrow. Pittsburgh has the 39th overall pick. Trade up. Trade up right now and get the other Ruck brother. Do not separate those guys. Come on. Marcus Ruck is Puckpedia ranks him 30th. That's out of players that are like still left. Not 30th out of players, but like expected to go 30th now. Which would put him belonging to the... Who's picking 30th? I just looked at it. Short-term memory. Flames are picking 30th. So projected to go to the Flames. So, I need the Penguins to take this guy, man. Please. I wonder what... Oh, that looks awful. We're not going to do that. Anaheim is moving up a spot, says Elliot Friedman, so that trade's going to happen in a moment. Alright, so Anaheim is moving up a spot, taking that pick from Vegas. So Vegas and Anaheim swap. And Vegas also gets pick 119 later on. And there's a guy in the crowd with the Wild Wing mask on again. I need that thing, bro. I want that thing. Give me it. I want it. Sorry, not pick 119. Pick 117. I misspoke. That was my bad. All right. Good stuff all around, if I do say so. You know what? I'm going to try something fun here. I'm going to go to the NHL shop. And we're going to filter by clearance items. Cheapest first. I think that would be fun while we await this next pick. NHLshop.ca, not .com.ca. And let's see. Let's just sort by clearance and cheapest. Let's see here. These are bad, man. Oh, look at that in a sec, because the Anaheim pick is in. All right, the Anaheim Ducks have selected Marcus Nordmark. I think I said that right. Marcus Nordmark from the Swedish Junior League. Nordmark. Marcus. 6'2", 180 pounds. He plays for Djurgården. We've heard their name already. 38 points in 25 games. Good for him. Left winger. Again, born 2008. That makes me uncomfortable, man. I hate that. All right, Marcus Nordmark and the Vegas Golden Knights are on the clock now with pick number 29. Brian Leaf says, like the Sedin twins and Brian Burke engineering the moves to have them together in the 99 draft. Exactly. Or, I don't necessarily know if they were twins, but didn't the two of the Sutter brothers get drafted together? Like Daryl's brothers? The Sutter brothers? Hang on. Let me look this up. I might be crazy. Am I crazy here? No, I am stupid. Never mind. Ignore me. Yeah, Ron Sutter and Rich Sutter were selected in the same draft. One at 4th, one at 10th, respectively. But it was by the Flyers and Penguins. So, I'm just yapping here. Don't listen to me. Okay, let's take a look at this, because this is funny, man. We're on NHLshop.ca, looking in the clearance section. And we're just going to filter by the lowest price. What we have here is it's a Vegas Golden Knights Stanley Cup Champions shirt for a toddler. And it's $3. Should I buy it? You know, let's filter by Leafs. Let's see what cheap Leaf stuff is out there. A puck pillow, no less. For $7, I can have a pillow shaped like a hockey puck with a Leafs logo on it. That's awesome. For $10, I can have an unsigned Carlton the Bear post-game celebration photo. Alright. A lot of these are photos. What about a bucket hat? I could get a Leafs bucket hat. Oh, how about this? An unsigned Leafs autograph puck. So it's a Leafs puck that's supposed... It's, like, meant to be signed. But it's not. Oh, we're in the twilight zone right now. I'm tired, man. I had a long day at work, and then I immediately hopped on here to enjoy the draft with all of you. We've been at this for almost 4 hours, and it has been fun, but I am tired. And the Vegas Golden Knights have selected... I was yapping, I missed that name. I'm sorry. Juho Piparainen. Juho Piparainen. It's easy for me to say. I'm sorry. Juho Piparainen. My fault. Juho Piparainen. He was a captain of the under-18 Finnish team. Piparainen. Pip spelled with 2 I's. Juho Piparainen. Let's see here. From Finland, a right shot defenseman. 6'1", 201 pounds. Cool. Good for him. What are all the... Every player that comes up has a little stop and chat with Gary Bettman. What are they talking about, man? What is it? What do you have to say? As a 17-year-old, how much do you really have to say to Gary Bettman? Other than, hey, man, thanks for the opportunity to play in your league. Please quit your job. That's what I'd be saying. I'm not shaking that man's hand. I'm pulling the Ben Danford dead fish, and this guy goes to shake my hand, I'm going... All right. So the Calgary Flames are on the clock here. And we're just about at the end. This is the third to last pick. Only 3 more guys get to say they were selected in the 2026 first round. And these picks belong to Calgary, Carolina, and Ottawa. So Leafs posted a video. So earlier when McKenna was getting selected, or right before McKenna was getting selected, he was on the phone with somebody. I figured it was John Chaika. It was, but the Leafs posted a video of that conversation. And Chaika says, "Congratulations, welcome." Sundin says, "Welcome to the Maple Leafs family." And McKenna goes, "I can barely hear you right now." That's what's up. Good for them. All right. So Calgary's gonna have their pick in a moment. And Lady McDonald's picking it again. That's my goat. Lanny's doing some nice pandering right now. I respect it. I love Lanny, but he's such a good politician. All right. Jack Hextall has been selected. Jack Hextall, who, if you're wondering if you recognize that last name, his dad is cousins with Ron Hextall. Jack Hextall, a center in the USHL for the Youngstown Phantoms, 58 points in 59 games, almost a point-a-game player. 8 plus minus 28 penalty minutes. He stands 6'1", 188 pounds. Good stuff. Good pickup. He's American, but he won't be joining the Flames next season. He's committed to Michigan State to play for them. So Flames are going to have to wait a bit on this guy. Someone in the crowd is holding a Phantoms jersey. Why do you own that? That's the most random thing ever. I kind of love it. Like, unless you're from Youngstown. Is Youngstown close to Buffalo? Youngstown, Ohio. Ohio? There's nothing in Ohio. Columbus is in Ohio, but, like, there's... That's silly, man. That is silly. It's cool. That's goofy. Alright, so they're going to have some handshakes with this kid. He's going to pose with the jersey with Lanny and Jerry. And then they'll shuffle him along. And the Carolina Hurricanes, the Stanley Cup champions, are on the clock with the second to last pick tonight. So we're just about wrapping up, and this will do it for, I guess, most of my content for the summer, I guess. I mean, the summer's really a third over. I count June, July, and August as the summer months. Summer's a third over. And this is almost the end of my content calendar, I guess. As I mentioned earlier, we've got the Best of Blue and White Weekly episode coming out very soon. The Blue and White Weekly Summer Special, covering everything that goes down on Canada Day, free agency, as well as all the trades that have happened recently. You're going to be seeing what's been going on with the Maple Leafs from the perspective of my characters, the Blue and White Weekly crew. And then that's really it in terms of like all the stuff I have planned. I've got a video coming on... I made a video last July of predicting this upcoming... or I guess predicting the upcoming season, so this one that's just passed. I'm going to do another video like that where I predict next season way too early. And then we're also going to do one where I react to my old predictions and just see how wrong I was. With a few of them, I was very close. With a few others, I was hilariously off. Very funny. Very, very good. So, but that's really it. So like I've said before, if you guys can think of any... anything you want to see from me throughout the summer, even going into next season, let me know. You can always reach me on my socials. You can leave comments on any videos. I read all of them. I don't always respond to all of them if I can't think of a response, but I always read every single comment that comes through my videos. You can reach me on every social platform. And if you're looking for ways to get in touch, rep me, be a fan, I've got a store. I got a TeePublic store, teepublic.com/hammerhockey. I throw designs up there every month or so. There's a new one. I have a design for the draft that I'm actually going to I meant to have one ready so I could wear it tonight, and I forgot to. But I'm really going to be pushing it after tonight. It's the lottery balls, the 4 lottery balls that the Leafs landed to get Gavin McKenna tonight. Super funny. I was very proud of the idea. So feel free to go pick up one of those. The Carolina Hurricanes are just about off the clock. They got about 30 seconds here in their time on clock in this second to last selection in the draft. Exciting stuff. All right. It's been a slow night tonight. You know, it's a lot easier to talk about a game than it is to talk about a draft. I've had fun. I hope you've all had fun watching. Those of you who have stuck with me throughout, even if you popped in and out, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And the Carolina Hurricanes, it looks like, are ready to make their selection. So let's see. More importantly, how are my Argos doing? 23-17. Woohoo! In the third quarter on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Playing in Saskatchewan, of course, because the Argos home stadium is taken over by FIFA. Boo. I love FIFA, but that's the one thing I hate about this tournament. They stole my Argos home field. I have to wait until August. No, end of July to go to Argos home opener. I'm sad. Okay, and we're going to have to wait a little while longer because Nashville is trading into this spot with Carolina. And then next round, tomorrow, alright, so let's see what happens. Trade alert. 9 trades tonight? Dude. It's impressive. Alright, so Carolina trades this 31st pick to the Nashville Predators for picks 42 and 56 in this year's draft. So Nashville's on the clock. So we just reset, I guess. So they had Jordan Martinook, one of the Hurricanes players, on camera ready to announce the pick, and then they said they were trading it. And he was shaking his head. That's unfortunate, man. Poor Martinook. So let's take a look, because I really only care about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Sorry, everybody else. Let's see what the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to be up to tomorrow. Tomorrow they hold a second-round pick from the Buffalo Sabres that they picked up from the Los Angeles Kings in the Scott Laughton deal at this year's deadline. We have our own pick, round 3. We have a third-round pick from the Flyers that we just recently acquired in the Joseph Woll-Simone Benoit deal. A pick that belongs to the Anaheim Ducks that we acquired from the Kraken in the Bobby McMahon trade. The round 5 selection belonging to the Colorado Avalanche that we acquired in the Nick Waugh deal. And the San Jose Sharks 6th round pick acquired in the Timothy Liljegren deal. and no selection in the 7th round. So the Leafs have, through rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 6 rounds of action tomorrow through the NHL Draft, and the Leafs have 6 picks in them. Let's see what Nashville has selected. All right. So they've picked up from Moncton in the queue Thomas Belisle, a defenseman for the Moncton Wildcats. One of the craziest logos in professional sports, I can't lie. Go look up the Moncton Wildcats logo. It's crazy, dude. He led defenseman in the queue in points this year. 81 points in 63 games. Most of them assists. 68 of them assists. I'm not doing that math, but that's crazy. And sorry about that. 28 points in 21 games played. Very, very cool indeed. The kid's 6 foot even, 165 pounds. Room to grow. He's 18. From Glenville, New York. A right shot defenseman. We know how important those are in this league. All right. So, with that, the Ottawa Senators will be on the clock next. And he's not going to be joining the Nashville Predators next year, as he is already committed to Michigan State. A lot of CHL players have committed to college and university hockey recently. It's worrying for the CHL. I know there's been conversations about, is the CHL just going to become a feeder for the NCAA? I don't think that's something that we need to worry about in the imminent future, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on in Canadian hockey, because it's, I don't want to say a better route, but more of a challenge and better for your development as a player. Look at Gavin McKenna. Absolutely lit it up with Medicine Hat. Went to Penn State and definitely saw more of a challenge. He stepped back sort of in his insane statistics. And that was through no fault of his own. It was just more of a challenge. He was playing with guys more his speed. It's also a different game in NCAA as it is the CHL. So, the final pick, I just lost my headphones. Big. Went to scratch an itch. Wow. That was aggressive. Okay, so the Ottawa Senators here on the clock now, I believe, finally. Yes, they are. On the clock with the 32nd and final pick in this first round, which, of course, they were not able to trade away. This is initially a pick that they forfeited in the botched, again, a Dadonov trade to Vegas in 2021. They traded Dadonov to Vegas, failed to disclose a no-trade list, leading to an invalid trade between Vegas and Anaheim in 2022. The NHL said that was Ottawa's fault. They took away the first overall pick this year. March of this year, they modified the sanctions, saying you can have the pick back, but you cannot trade it. It's yours, and you will pick at a fixed 30-second slot, regardless of how you finish in the standings. I don't think this could just be my bias of not liking the Senators. I think they should have... I think they should have forfeited this pick. Because that messes a lot with other teams as well, especially to pick up on it like almost a year later. How somebody didn't pick up on it in the first place is crazy. Anyway, the pick is in, so let's see what's going to happen. Who's it going to be? All right. Jackson Cover from the London Knights. So this guy, I've heard his story before. Fascinating player. He was born in... Oh, where was it? But he was a roller hockey player. Born in Florida, raised in the Cayman Islands, they were just saying on the broadcast. And he was a roller hockey player who had never even skated until he was like 13. And then started cooking crazy once he eventually hit the ice, obviously. And then 52 points in 67 games this past year with the London Knights. 3 points in 5 playoff games. He's 6'2", 183 pounds. Great story for this kid, man. To, like I said, to have never even skated before he's 13, and now here he is, 18 years old, and drafted in the first round of the NHL Draft by the Ottawa Senators. Good for him. That's a great, great story. So, with that, barring anything unforeseen, like a quick trade or something, that will conclude the first round of the NHL Draft. Rounds 2 through 7 are all going down tomorrow, starting at... Oh, I don't actually know what time. Let me look real quick what time the second round starts tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. It's just too long of a day. And I have plans tomorrow. Going to Medieval Times with the homies. But I'm very excited to see who's selected, what happens tomorrow. And the draft is going to get underway. Round 2 starts at 11 tomorrow. It's going all day, I'm pretty sure. And it's going to be a lot faster than tonight. Obviously, I mean, this is only one round, and we've been going for 4 hours, more than 4 hours. And they're supposedly going to go through about 2 to 7 rounds in that 4 or 5 hour span tomorrow. Super quick. So it's going to be exciting to see what goes down tomorrow. I'm expecting a few more trades, a lot of jostling for position trades. Maybe we see something big go down tomorrow. Maybe that Connor Hellebuck deal finally goes through. Maybe something happens with Mason Marchment. That's one to keep an eye on. Jason Robertson, his contract negotiations with the Dallas Stars. Obviously, Matthew Nyes, that's still something to keep an eye on with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Morgan Riley as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can still go down. And then, of course, free agency is next Wednesday. So we're about half a week away from free agency day. But yeah, that is going to conclude the first round of the NHL Draft. So with that, I guess I'll let you all go for the evening. Thank you all very much for joining me tonight. If you enjoyed this stream and you're not already subscribed to the channel, please make sure you do down below. Hammer Hockey. Please subscribe and turn on post notifications so you don't miss out the next time we go live, the next time I upload. something. Next week, you're going to be seeing the Blue and White Weekly. That's right, the boys are back in town. The Blue and White Weekly free agency special, along with the Best of Blue and White Weekly 2026 special. Lots of super exciting stuff coming up throughout the summer. And before you know it, training camp is going to be here. It's going to be a brand new season of hockey to talk about, and I cannot wait to experience it all with you. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope to see you back next time.